fühlst dich als Bloch nach Zorro, dich mit ner Combo zerfetzt. Wenn ich komme und Bomben drop in Form von Worten auf Tracks. Doch deiner Meinung nach sind meine Reime nicht die Meisterklasse. Ich reim wie ich will, du versteifter Affe, halt deine Klappe. Du bist nicht Tupacs Vater, du Versager. Ich tauch auf und enthaupte dich, tauge nichts per Muramasa. Ich kick euch weg wie einen Cooper-Panzer. Gute deutsche Rapper sind ein Hoax, wie der Chupacabra. Yeah, yeah, salutier den Baba. Ich aktivier mein Chakra und garantier deinen Abgang. Attackier die Fuckboys aus meinem Handball und schieß Plasma. Hardest Motherfucker, durch die Adern fließt nur Magma. Was man? Ja, wir sind gefährlich für das Business, weil auf unserem letzten Album zu viel Ehrlichkeit und Sinn ist. Die Hydra ist the realest, dabei Herkules, den gibt's nicht. Ein Fick dich, geht raus an die Misses. Guck mal, wie ich hunderte Punches drop, Gum Kalaschnikow und mit einem Grinsen in die True School Visagenbox. Kein Disrespect, ich find nur ein bisschen wack, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung immer noch beschissen rappt. Immer noch beschissen rappt, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung immer noch beschissen rappt. Immer noch beschissen rappt, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung immer noch beschissen rappt.
Ja, Mary, hast du das auch gut gehört?
Ja, das klingt wie ein Affe.
Ist das ein Affe mit Autotune?
Ja, warte mal, das steppt gerade nicht Mike.
Yeah, das Game muss Leggy, wir kommen mit dem Platz. Yeah, gib on down, Mary Man, DC Boy, das Shit ist fresh, frischer als der Rest. Wir aufmachen sie alle so wie Richard David Brecht. Style so überragend, Homie, picture diese Facts. Wir zogen dir, da gab es noch mal mehr, so hier Respect. Nein, denn sie sind alle wack. Ja, habt ihr das gecheckt? Hinter den Kulissen heißt es Würde gegen Stacks. Sie sacken dick und lügen für das Cash. Boring ass Hitters, ich werd müde von dem Trash. Und zu toppen können sie knicken, bro. Nein, sie haben keine Schnitte, bro. Denn niemand bringt so real Stuff wie die fucking Hit. Oder wir fucken dieses Business ab und holen sie back aus ihrer Matrix. Holen sie weg von diesem Stuff. Ey, guck mal, wie ich hunderte Punches drop, Gum Kalaschnikow und mit einem Grinsen in die True School Visagenbox. Kein Disrespect, ich bin nur ein bisschen wack, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung immer noch beschissen rappt. Immer noch beschissen Rap, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung immer noch beschissen Rap. Immer noch beschissen Rap, wenn man nach 10 Jahren Erfahrung.
Mama, gehst du ans Telefon?
Hallo, Familie Gago hier.
Okay.
Ist da jemand dran?
Ich ruf bei euch zu Hause an und frag, ist der peinliche Gago da? Und deine Ma weiß, wen ich mein. Wenn ich das so sag, reicht dir den Apparat und Wein, weil sie dann schon ahnt, dass dein Ende langsam naht, du klein, na verdammter Gago.
Oh, das ist schon wieder dieser Verrückte.
Ey, der Beastie Boy ist am Telefon.
Wer bist du?
You better know, der beste Rapper mit dem besten Flow. Oder eigentlich in allem der beste, yo. Kühler als ein Motherfucking Eskimo.
Ey, wie oft willst du noch anrufen? Was willst du?
Hör lieber zu, ey, ich komm in der Nacht wie der Ehrenkönig. Deine Sippe find ich motherfucking merkwürdig. Nimm's bitte nicht persönlich, aber ihr seid alle mir jetzt nicht mehr wirklich.
Was willst du von
Meine
uns?
Zunge ist ein Katapult, sogar zusammen seid ihr nichts, ihr seid alle Nullen. Alles was ich mache. Oh damn, schon der dritte Gago, der einfach auflegt.
Mary, geht an die Trommel, hey!
Oh damn, yeah. Mein Kopf ist ein unerschöpflicher Köcher, jede Zeile ein Pfeil für die Möchtegern-Rapper. Homie, ich bin zielsicher und reguliere das Game wie so ein fucking Schießrichter. Wenn ich Reime aufschreib, kann in einem Kilometer weit in einem Kreis jedes Tier die Energie wittern. Denn meine Bars sind wie Naturkatastrophen. Ich bin so zielsicher, man munkelt, dass ich zu Basasum bin. Ja, dieser Flow nimmt dir den Atem weg wie Tuberkulose. Wenn wer fragt, wie ich das mach, sag ich nur, Bruder, muss los, ja. Ich bin paar Level abgesteppt, ich bin besser als die Besten, ich bin besser als der Rest. Laut ihren Lyrics sind sie really, really cool, aber leider stimme ich da nicht zu. Nein, solche Faker konnte ich nie leiden, ich konnte sie nie leiden. Eure Lieblingsrapper fungieren für mich als Zielscheibe. Ich bin der King im Positiv bleiben, zeig mir den Fickfinger und ich antworte mit Peace-Zeichen. Ey, bei mir läuft's wie eine Rotznase, wenn ihr mich battlen wollt, könnt ihr euch direkt ein Loch graben. Ihr behauptet, wir können gar nichts, doch wenn die Platte dann da ist, seid ihr die allerersten Käufer, die vom Shop warten. Ihr seht die Boys und fallt in Schockstarre, ihr seid verdammte Gagos, wie häufig soll ich's noch sagen? Ihr Gagos, vielleicht seid ihr ein Teil dieser Szene, aber trotzdem nicht von Bedeutung, so wie Kompassen. Ey, habt ihr das gecheckt? Jedes fucking Wort versteckt den Butterfly-Effekt. Spürt ihr ein tektonisches Beben, solltet ihr sofort verstehen, TJ, der Barber ist jetzt back. Der Veggie-Rapper, der gerade ham geht, der Frage, der Veggie-Rapper, der gerade Seite angeht. Das was plötzlich vor Jahren schon rappen, nicht gar nicht so wack ist, habt ihr jetzt gerade gegettet, aber ihr seid zu spät. Natural Aimbot, ich hab den Natural Aimbot. Egal was ich sage, es trifft jedes Wort in schwarzer Tag, den Natural Aimbot. Natural Aimbot, ich hab den Natural Aimbot. Selbst wenn die Ziele sich bewegen, ey, ich schieße nie daneben, merk den Natural Aimbot. Es ist dieser Beastie Boy, oh my God, du weißt, Bro, ich spit Fire so wie Spyro. Und mein Flow ist so ähnlich wie ein Wasserfall, dein Flow ähnelt nem Defekt in Wasserhahn. Ich hab schon als Legende angefangen. Schon Indianer haben damals auf Ayahuasca erfahren, dass in ein paar 100 Jahren die der Baba wieder da ist. Ey, symbolisch bin ich sowas wie ein tollpatschiger Zahnarzt. Denn ich mach eure Szene kaputt, ihr habt zu wenig geputzt. Yeah, in der Bucht bin ich mein Ego und renn zufällig dazu. Der beste Rapper, der existiert, während du deinen Kleingeist mit deinem SLS kompensierst. Wird im Hydra Lab einiges mit nem SSL komprimiert und die Hydra ist vergleichbar mit ner Motherfucking Sitzheizung. Denn wir machen euch Feuer unterm Hintern beim Hitschreiben. Seit ich rappe, bin ich der Beste, bessere gibt's keine. Ist nicht böse gemeint, ich will nur nicht darauf hinweisen. Yeah, ich hab den Natural Aimbot. Natural Aimbot. Egal was ich sage, es trifft jedes Wort in Schwarze dank dem Natural Aimbot. Natural Aimbot. Ich hab den Natural Aimbot. Auch wenn die Ziele sich bewegen, ey, ich schieße nie daneben, dank dem Natural Aimbot.
TJ zu dem Beast Boy ist der Beste und das nicht nur wenn der Beat läuft. Ich feuer Silben auf euch, Nieten, Meteoriten. Wenn euch euer Leben lieb ist, einfach zieht euch, homie, oh damn. Drop bin stark wie Iron Man. Hab immer gekillt mit meiner Fam, doch kille auch solo wie Kylo Ren. Hey, oh damn, schon wieder so ein Moment, in dem du gerade merkst, dass alle anderen Rapper neben mir so aussehen wie ein Hologramm. Denn sie sind unecht und durchschaubar und ihr Sound ist grausam. Ich bin der erste Super Saiyajin auf dem nächsten Level, ich hab die unentdeckte Power. Ich roll up und Frodos Klingel leuchtet, ich will's nicht, aber tanz mit dem Teufel. Ihr klaut mein Flow, versucht nicht zu leugnen und wie's am Ende klingt, ist auch noch disappointing. Aggressiv wie Kinski, wenn ich rap. Ich mache was ich will, ich bin der Chef. Ich lass die Witze mit als intakt und oh damn. Ey, halt die Fresse, wenn du's nicht mal schaffst, einen Part zu rappen, ohne Cuts zu setzen. Solltest du dir deine Meinung in den After stecken, wie ein fucking Zäpfchen, okay? Okay, Beastie Boy, remember my name. You hating on me, but who you gonna blame, huh? It's all on you and you should feel ashamed, bruh. Never been a slave to this business. I hate all the fake fucking lame rappers in it. Okay, you can play your game, but I'll skip it. I can't even tame the flames that I'm spitting. I need a fire extinguisher when I start rhyming. My lines are so venomous, I am a virus. No matter if English or German or beides. Wenn TJ Flex, seid ihr leise, quiet.
Oh damn.
Wenn TJ Flex, seid ihr leise, quiet.
Oh damn.
Wenn TJ Flex, seid ihr leise, quiet.
Siri, such einen MC, der besser float als ich.
Das übersteigt
hab sie das gesagt?
Oh damn, Rap ist fast sowas wie ein Cha-Cha-Tanz, denn ich mach Schritte nach vorne und ihr macht Schritte zurück. Ihr macht alle auf Erwachsen, wir sind immer noch Kids und was wir bringen ist so lit, dass man es vor einem Spiegel nicht performen kann. Denn dann kriegt man einen Sonnenbrand, bei uns läuft es wie bei diesem Forrest Gump. Ja, Mary drückt auf den Play-Button und lässt alle Misses zittern und den Brickminister durchdrehen wie ne Fidget Spinner und abgehen wie der Billigsticker an. Bei den Ländern zeige ich den Mittelfinger und drück mit dem Finger meine Meinung aus dem Winkel, Digga, wir sind wie chinesische Restaurants, denn wir geben dir keine Fucks. Ich bin so sick, dass ich huste. Ich bin der Coolste, der unumstrittene King in der Booth. Jetzt wird dieses Business von Rick überflutet. Was wollt ihr tun, hä? Ich bitte sickeren Shit, als ihr mit jetzt hier hinkriegt, wenn ich von mich hinsinge unter der Dusche.
Lass uns umdrehen! Hier konntest du doch auch niemanden finden!
Es kann doch nicht so easy sein, der beste Rapper der Welt zu sein!
Beastie Boy.
Jo, Gott, was machst du denn hier?
Mir ist zu Ohren gekommen, dass du einen besseren MC suchst als dich. Ich wollte dich nur kurz reminden, dass ich so jemanden nie erschaffen habe. Du bist der Rap-Jesus.
Ja, krass.
Jo, Gott. Wo du gerade hier bist, ich habe auch noch eine Frage.
Ach, Mary, dass deine Beats die besten sind, ist doch offensichtlich. Diggi, dieses Sounddesign, sheesh.
Danke, Bruder.
High five, Bruder. Wo wir gerade beim Thema sind, könnt ihr mir eine Kostprobe von eurem neuen Tape geben?
Klar, warum nicht? Komm, machen.
Ja, easy.
Mein Patronus ist mein Patronus ist ein Grizzly. Ich mach alles falsch, doch alles klappt. Ja, Morde, kein Trickbeat. Ey, ich bin geboren mit der Stimme des Bären. Krallen gewetzt und die Sinne geschärft. Beastboy stammt von einer anderen Art. Der ist paranormal, der ist nicht zu erklären. Ey, mein Flow ist so crazy, sie wollen ihn in eine Psychiatrie stecken. Ich bin das verbesserte Äquivalent zu Clark Kent, wenn bei mir fehlt die Kryptonit-Schwäche. Ich fühl mich allmächtig, es gibt nur einen mit so flüssiger Technik. Ich würd euch alle beerdigen, denn ich bin der Undertaker des lyrischen Wrestlings. Und das ist längst nicht meine Final Form. Für euren Waxit gibt es kein Support, weil ihr unter Menschen seid wie Ayurok. Ihr denkt beschränkter als die Dinosaurs.
Beastboy, Grizzly. Hab die Seele eines Grizzlies, zeig die Zähne wie ein Grizzly. Lebe wie ein Hippie, schwebe wie eine Frisbee. Fühle mich so wie Patrick Janey, wirkt neben mir wie Rigsby.
jeder von euch, denn im nächsten Part wird wieder krass geflext. Okay, da habt ihr recht. Ich bin Wackness, abstinent, zu gebe keinen Fick auf alles, was die Masse denkt. Und bin wie der Erfinder des elektrischen Rasierers. Ne Rasier mit so einer Technik an und niemand. In der Szene bin ich schon so wie und China, denn ich sehe nur noch Pfeifen, so als wäre das hier eine Shisha-Bar.
And with that, I wish everyone a great day. And that today has and maybe already like will in the future find their way into my stream. Today we cover Kites Esport against 3vTeam in the players of the LRN. I have first of all, let's take a look here at the playoffs schedule right now. We have we are like you see in the lower bracket. Kites against 3vTeam. Both of these teams come from the upper bracket, but have been fallen to the lower bracket, then have beaten their opponent, and now they will face each other. Important to mention here, I think 3vTeam only won their series yesterday, so they had not too much time, I would say, to prepare for Kites. So you could say that Lion was a considerably weaker opponent than 3vTeam, so maybe they already have spent some time preparing for this matchup today. But besides that, they had like really tight schedule. Besides, on the other hand, their last matches over a week ago against STM Tigres, this was a banger best of 5 going the whole, not just the whole length, it was also a reverse sweep from Kites. So that being said, let's look at the preview I have prepared for today. Here you can here you can see like first of all, let's speak about Kites against 3vTeam. They have played in the regular season already, and I think their matchup was one of the it is a 1-2, so 3vTeam won. But the game that Kites won was actually one of the most crazy games I have ever witnessed in League of Legends. If I'm not entirely wrong. No, it wasn't. It wasn't that. Never mind. Then it was another game, but Kites played Inuri B was completely winning that game. Doesn't matter. Regardless of that, you see Kites having definitely a bit of a weaker score, you could say, but that's not all. Let me refocus my thinking after I fumbled a bit. Yeah, in regular season, both of these teams, you can see, 3vTeam 3rd place, Kites 4th place. You can also see that the match score is a lot better, Kites, they only, they have more series lost than won. Even though they're 4th place, yeah, but they kind of struggled as well. Their game score is 8-8, while on the other side, 3vTeam, they're 10-5, so their game score is a lot better, a lot more positive. Even their series score is a lot better. That being said, if you look at playoffs, Kites has played Fuego, they got 3-0. I don't think those games are necessarily storms. I think it was very clear that Fuego is a better team that day, and it was also seen that Kites, they had a fighting chance. Then their best of 5 against STM Tigres, Kites, they fall 2-0 down, but then managed to reverse sweep the Tigres, and I think that was a great showing of resilience from them. Also, what I wanna highlight here is that Kites, even the games that they lost against the Tigres, they looked always completable. They always look like they have a chance to win, so that must be mentioned. On the other side, for 3vTeam, that their series against Zeus 5, even though it is a 3-1, so they have won a game, I wanna say that Zeus kinda rolled them over like a truck. Yes, they have one game. It was the first game where Zeus support Kita could not play. I'm not sure why he couldn't play, but there was an issue, he couldn't play, and then Zeus had to find an emergency substitute, what was Galileo, a kinda retired tier 2 mid laner that played then support for Zeus, so they were heavily nerfed without their support, and even then they nearly won the game against the first game against 3vTeam. In the end they lost, and then Kita came back, and with Kita back, Zeus completely curve stormed 3vTeam. On the other side, yesterday, 3vTeam against Lion Academy, even though it is again Lion Academy, they don't look like they couldn't hold themselves in the game. They had Valiant, try to fight against 3vTeam, but 3vTeam was basically in control from the beginning to the end and 3-0'd them as well. I think if you look at both of these teams, I think the most, or the biggest characteristic of them is that we have Kites as a team that they are rising, it's kind of funny. That's why I have the stonks meme, because the arrow goes up. Because I have the feeling the longer we have the honor to witness this team, it is like going better and better. And you could even ask, where will it stop? At what point will clients not be able to rise into the occasion? We have already seen they kind of got, not just kind of, they got stomped by Fuego. So they're definitely not on top 1, top 2 level yet. But again, since the Fuego series, a lot of time has passed. Against Tigres, they look kind of shaky, but Tigres, they had this kind of super team actually built last second, so, take it with a grain of salt. So I think they're like a rising team. On the other side, 3vTeam, they're definitely the gatekeepers of the top 3, and especially of the chance. I think if you want to get into the LCS promotion tournament, you have to beat 3vTeam. There is no way around it. I don't necessarily think that 3vTeam has it's like better than Fuego or Zeus. I really don't think so. I really think like there's a gap between them and like the top 2. But I think, to even challenge the top 2 teams, you have to go through this 3vTeam roster. And today they will, take this position in, and let's see who can win. Hello in chat, everyone. Hello, Broccoli. Welcome, Mugo. Besides that, let's take a short look at the draft. Again, I'm trying to speedrun this a bit, but because at one point they will show like player comparisons on the mainstream, and I kind of want to see them in mainstream too. So let's watch a bit about the champions here. We have okay, 3vTeam. If you look at it, it looks a bit confusing. I will explain you why it is. Why is it looking like this? But first, let's look at the champion pool of kites. We can see they have like 2 top laners. One is with the Gerendis Kakahuta. The other one is, I have forgotten his name actually. It's a bit embarrassing, but I have actually forgotten his name. It is on my tongue, but Daik, yeah. I remember I seen like Daik is a top laner. As a person, you always see him. If you're like watching any LATAM like pro player stream, Daik is always there. That's why it's kind of embarrassing that I have forgotten his name or whatever. He's not watching my streams. It's fine. I mean, he's like, he has to play today, so. Besides that, then we have the champion pool of Dimitri, IYBC, Inoribi, and Adlakas. Interestingly, here enough, you see Dimitri, obviously a big veteran of LATAM, and his champion pool is also like, a lot of the champions he has played are like more of the old school ones, I think. He has also like, picked up some new champions, like the new Shyvana, like for example, like the Nafiri or something. But if I like look at Sergio Ali, most played champion, immediately in my head, it's like, yeah, Dimitri's old. He's not actually that old. I think he's only 24 years old, but like in terms of like LATAM legacy, he's quite old, and I think it's quite funny to see here. IYBC here, a champion that in the past I have criticized for not playing anything else besides like control mages, like the you see Hawaii most played champions and like other control mages, like, but you have in the past now picked Locke and Akali. I think especially on Akali look very proficient actually, so I think the champion pool doubts can be go away. For the bot lane, Inoribi, it's a hyper carry, AD carry, has still not picked up any mages as far as I'm concerned. So they have not been able to play mage spot lane yet. We also see like Adlakas, obviously ex-jungler, only worth of this season to support, has not played the Camille, so this could be a weakness that 3vTeam can, punish. And I think 3vTeam, if you look to the right side, you see it looks a bit rough, like not rough, but like I have a lot of like holes in the champion pool and stuff. That is because like they have like effectively a 7-man roster right now, and that's why it is a bit, it looks a bit shit. Their AD carry anyways is Varus, and Varus, for those who know, is not an AD carry main, it is a mid lane main. So interesting to see that 3vTeam has opted in letting Varus play bot lane. You see his champions, he has played 4 mages and a Corki. So even with Corki being an AD carry, I'm pretty sure Varus has played Corki mid lane for the Corki Asia metas of the past, so He's only kind of played mages yet. And I think 3vTeam, they have like a strong tactic with that because they can have a very proficient mage player on bot lane for like the early series. And if they really have to go into like game 5 or stuff and have to go into heavy AD carries, have to pick like really like 80 carries, then they can always switch up to Wrath again. Besides that, in mid lane, core will still play. Core is a very diverse champion pool. I think there's nothing to say. There's no Cassiopeia there yet or something, but Cassiopeia is often banned, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's the only reason why he hasn't picked it. In the jungle department, we see Gato. Gato has he is kind of now over the splits like played most of the meta champions too, but he's especially known for crazy carry champions. You can see there Hecarim, Kha'Zix, Lilia, even Ivan. Even Ivan is not a carry champion, or twice the Graves. So Gato definitely known for playing a bit more crazy stuff. I'm not sure if he can really perform this against Dimitri. Dimitri, obviously, veteran jungler. I think Dimitri, in my opinion, honestly, like top 2 jungler of the scene. I think Dimitri is a big reason why this Kites Esport roster is like looking so good. Not necessarily because he carries every game, but because he's just such a, he has a class with him. He has like this. He just plays on a different level. So. That being said, on the top lane we have Challenge Q playing. They also have Micreo. I think he's 17, 18-year-old, really young rookie top laner. Challenge Q is also a rookie top laner. I think the team is opting more into Challenge Q on the top lane, but theoretically Micreo could come in. For the top lane picks of Challenge Q, we haven't seen much yet. Even though yesterday in my pre-show I said, yeah, he only has played like 3 top lane champions. He has to show something new. He didn't show something new yesterday. So, yeah, we have to see if we see something new from him today. Or if he just plays the old style. That being said, I think 3vTeam, they could have major advantage on the champion pool position for the support. You can see the support not just has played more games because Adlercast in the beginning of the split could not play, but also you see like Camille, for example, high priority. We see a Bard. Those are 2 very, very heavy meta champions that you can first pick too that are completely missing out of Kite's support pool. So this could be like a big advantage actually for this tide of 3vTeam here. And we have to see how that goes. Besides that, again, I'm really interested to see. I think it is really hard to predict who wins. But I think my heart wants to give it to Kites because just how I think about Kites as a team is like Kites is a team that gets better. Every time I see them, Kites gets better. That's at least my feeling. It is not 100% true, obviously, but this is at least my feeling. Whenever I see them, I think like, yeah, they're making progress. And on the 3vTeam side, I'm not sure, honestly, if I'm not saying that they are bad, obviously. Don't get me wrong. There's a very good team. They're 3rd place for a reason, and this matchup is for, like, who wins is definitely 3rd place, who loses is 4th place, so it is who we have, so yeah. Besides that, we now see finally some comprehension. Here we have Dimitri against Gato in the, statistic comprehension. We can see, like, Dimitri on a stat-wise, KDA, CS per minute, ball damage, kill participation, everything is really high. Gato is, like, on the CS department a bit high. He has dropped a bit. I think he was first before playoffs, but in playoffs he has dropped a bit to... I'm not sure. Either Blind Walker or Grell, but I would assume Grell is right now rank 1 in that statistic. And you can see Gato is definitely, like, in my opinion, the 3rd best jungler in the league. I think Dimitri and Grell are probably ranked 1 and 2, and then I think Blind Walker is kinda... He's on the same level as Gato, but they are different players, from what they bring to a team. Here you can see champion pool, and again, we see there are a lot of crazy carry champions that only Gato has played. On the other side, Dimitri, though, he has played the Kindred, so this could be a curveball that Dimitri can throw at Gato here, if he wants to. Definitely, I'm really happy to see. It's about the champion pools in the jungler. They play all the meta junglers. I'm pretty sure that Gato also knows how to play Sejuani. You know, it's like not a big deal. On the other side, I'm pretty sure Dimitri is probably not that comfortable on champions like Hecarim and Kha'Zix. But I also think like those champions are not really necessary to be like as a jungler. I'm not thinking like. I'm obviously not saying it is bad that Gato knows how to play this champion, is proficient on them, but I think like it really doesn't matter, you know? In a competitive sense of gaming, like in League of Legends, those champions are really irrelevant, you know? So if Gato can play them and the 3vTeam can adapt to that, that's obviously a strength of Gato, you know? Don't get me wrong. But it's also not a big weakness for Dimitri who does not have them, you know? I think it is a very specific style of jungling that is not usually that effective, you know? But Gato had made it work in the past, so definitely really good to see. Now we go back to this. Anything else we see? Also, we have gotten information in the game. In the first game, Dayek will play. So for kites, if you look at the left side, you know, on the top lane row, the first, the more right one with like 5 Rumble games. This is the player that will play the first game. I can understand this. I think Kakahute is a great player. I think Daigo and Kakahute, they're like they're both on a similar level. They play different champions though, I would assume. And for a first pick, this is definitely understandable. Here I can show you the... Oh my god, I would have not thought that like all of the casters here are predicting kites. And even, you know, on Twitter they're posting like full stuff. Like whatever the... Wait, I have to... My bad. On Twitter they're posting like what the whole analyst and everyone that works there posting, and even there like most of the people believe in kites. I can understand it, you know. I mean, I also predicted kites, but I think like it's not like, you know, 3vTeam like to like let's say it like this: if 3vTeam goes 3-0 Goomba stomping today, then I would not be surprised. I would legit not be surprised. I would not be surprised a single second if 3vTeam just 3-0s them. On the other side, if Kites wins 3-0, I would also not be surprised. And if it's a 5-game banger series, where every game is back and forth, I would also not be surprised. So, like, you know, I'm kind of ready for everything. To a certain degree. So, yeah, let's see how they come. The thing is, like, about 3vTeam, I think, like, the strategy, like, I am, you know, they have this like theoretically 7-man roster, and in my head, you know, I have not seen that they actually, you know, try to leverage the strategy of like, you know, letting Varus play early in the series to play all the mages, and when they have really no mages left, then switch on to Raph, because Raph is not a bad AD carry per se. So in my head, you know, 3vTeam has this big master plan, you know, of like how they want to draft, how they want to use their roster, their players and stuff. But maybe it's only in my head. So apparently the casters are not really believing in it. I think Varus has, like, so far, I think Varus is a good addition to 3vTeam. I must say, straight up. I think in the series against Zeus 5, they also have like switched Varus out and let Raph play two games. And I think Raph didn't look that good either against Zeus. Now it must be said that Zeus again is like one of the top 2 teams that are really strong, but I still think, you know, just like thinking about it, it's like, I don't know, you know, I'm not entirely sure how, you know, Raph just looked really bad, you know. I wouldn't be surprised either if they swap it into there and he like just goes completely crazy, but we have to see that. Regardless of that, I think we don't go into the game yet, but we have another statistic here. We see IYBC against Core, and now you would think, what the hell, IYBC is CS per minute 9th, gold per minute 9th, 8th, like damage only 7th, KDA 7th, huh? Is he like bad or something? And I think IYBC is a player that is like really hit or miss, I wanna say. You know, he has I think like especially no. Let's say it like this. I think like IYBC in the beginning of the regular season and stuff, he was a really hit or miss player. He was a player that was like he was inting his ass off some games. But I think he has risen. You know, he's like I think IYBC as a player is like perfectly like I imagine Kites, you know? Start the draft and step by step he gets better and better. And that's my opinion about IYBC. So I think he's far away from being one of the worst mids in the league. I don't think he's one of the absolute best. I think like Zeld and Sky should have an edge above him, like, you know, definitely. But I think against the mid laner of STM Tigris he looked really good. So especially today it will be interesting to see how he faces against Core, because Core is also like, I don't think Core is bad by any means, but I also think Core is a bit more quiet. Yesterday, obviously, he had like this one crazy carry performance on the locker where he like got 11-0 or 11-1, I mean. But like, I think in general, Core is also more quiet player. But he doesn't have to be like that flashy, you know, because like I think, especially like in regular season, 3vTeam had like, you know, with having like a rookie top laner like Micria that likes to play carries, or now Challenge Q that also likes to play carries. Then you have Gato that likes to play carries. Then you have like Varus or Raf, you know, they also both like to play carries, you know, so I don't think Core has to play really crazy every game, you know. Does not need to be every series in there and drop like the crazy kill games, the crazy carry performances. He can just be a consistent, and I think that Core really is, you know, so far. I think he's like most of the games he's really consistent looking, so definitely that's good for him. Okay, now I might fuck it up. Yeah, okay, a bit cringe. I showed you my Twitter for 0.5 seconds. Yeah. Besides that, yeah, I have it. We will see. Game should start any moment. Again, we are like a bit late, I would say. Maybe not. I mean, maybe they just start the games at 10. Never mind. Just as I said, we are a bit late. They're changing the overlay. And with that, we're going in here. We stop this. We close all of this. We go in, go full screen. And then I activate our banger draft music. With that being said, welcome to today's first draft. The draft 3vTeam against Kites. Whoever loses is out of playoffs. Their year is over. They are 4th place. Done and dusted. Whoever wins gets a chance at reaching 2027 LCS Promofication Tournament. So a big, big match today. They're not in it automatically. They still have to beat either Fuego or Zeus. So whoever wins still has a hard matchup before them. And they road to the championship definitely with confidence now. Besides that, we see the first bands going in. We see Lisa and Hawaii band on the other side. Ziggs. Hawaii is not usually a band we see, but IYBC is really a big Hawaii main, so definitely understandable. Now Syndra also banned here from Kites, and they're kind of like attacking Varus here a bit, because Varus is a mage player. At the end of the day, he's a mid lane mage player. So the question is, you know, if we're taking a lot of mages out and Varus is still there, you know, can you, like, is he under threat? You know, how many champions can he actually play on the AD carry position? I mean, yesterday, obviously he had to play once an AD carry, but it was Corki. A champion that is obviously in AD carry, but also played on mid lane. Now Victor banned as well, and Kites, they're completely locking into the 7-man roster strategy of 3vTeam and say, yeah, okay, you want to play with us? Okay, we play the game too. Now first pick for 3vTeam. There's technically could still pick like something like Orianna or some shit, but maybe something else too. Deciding here for Nocturne first pick, a champion that is usually banned, honestly. This time though, with Kite's strategy to just ban like flex mages has been open. It's now immediately picked here. A very strong champion for Gato, because like this champion can farm quickly, can carry himself, but also has like a lot of setup for a team, you know. And again, I have spoken about Orianna. That could be a pick that 3vTeam wants to pick up later too. It's very strong with Nocturne. On the other side though, let's see how Kites responded. They have thought about Naafiri. Naafiri will also be a good pairing for Orianna, but I still think, like, you know, Nocturne can attack Orianna too easy. It's a bit hard, even though the combo would be good. So Dimitri decides to just pick Sejuani here. I think, wait, let me... There is a chance that Dyke, you know, that Dyke could play Sejuani top lane. but I think it's relatively low. Now we see Noribi immediately picking up the Lucian here. I think this is a good statement here. It threats Varus, I think. With all the with like a lot of mages out already, it really puts them under pressure. And they cannot pick something like Oriana bot lane now, because like that would be too hard into Lucian. But they could try to pick like a Corki lane. And because Corki is also really strong in the early game, just try to fight fire with fire. But I don't think we see something more aggressive like an how do you say, like in Telsa or something picked now. Talia technically flex pickable, so that is an option, you know. Maybe we see Talia bot lane. I'm not sure how good it would be into Lucian, but I could imagine that it can probably keep Lucian at bay. But would be really important for her in the matchup here. Exactly something what Oriana is lacking on bot lane against Lucian. So definitely a strong pick. They could also already pick. Oh, they're picking Oriana anyways. Wow. I would not have thought so, but I would think Oriana's mid lane, Talia bot lane, but in the end it is still flexible. But makes it a bit harder for Kite now to answer mid lane, because you have to find a pick that is good against both. Again, though I would think Oriana bot lane would just be run over, so like, you know, it must be Oriana mid lane, but you know, you never know, honestly. At least I don't know, you know, for me it's like, even though I think like Oriana bot lane would be really hard, it doesn't mean that, you know, Varus thinks that, and it doesn't mean that Varus cannot play this lane, you know? Besides that, let's see what Kite secure. They could secure mid laner here. I think that would make the most sense. Let mid lane still open. But you could also, you know, let support. You could also pick like a top laner as support and then ban counter picks. That is possible here on red side. So let's see what Kite in the end decides here. They could play, honestly, like something like Yon, for example, a crazy melee with Kites. But I have already a suspicion that our overlay has fumbled again. Yesterday that happened as well a lot. And then we had big pause. So let's hope that this will be fixed soon. The question is just if IYBC can play something like Yon, you know? Yeah, despite that, you know, I will just pause the music for a moment because it's not as hype anymore. Honestly, like this I need on my second screen. It's more important that I can... Okay, now you see nothing, wait. It's kind of more important that you see something at all. Yeah, with that we have to wait, sadly. I'm not sure how long the delay is. Obviously, it's a bit, it's always a bit rough. It might just be the overlay. It could be that it's only the overlay and we will go back into the game soon, but it is like hard to predict. Again, yesterday we had already some issues, so... yeah. Let's see how far we can go and how quick we will go anywhere. It's a bit unfortunate now, but it is what it is, you know. You wait, always have to wait. There's nothing. Sleep well. Yeah, and good luck with the stream is like a good good what? No, we're us sitting here in the pause again. It's kinda crazy. But it is what it is. Yeah. I'm not sure what to say you know, right? Oh, never mind. I'm sure what to say you, because we pause this. Boom. Drop here. Drop there. And let's hope that the draft gets remade. The draft gets remade. Yeah, was delayed, but we are back. Draft is there. We're going back. I think they will just pick the same thing that we have seen. So until IYBC will be picking, everything will be probably the same. I mean, the bands are already the same, so you know, would be a bit weird if the picks are not the same either. So let's see here the Nocturne for Challenge Q will pick Nocturne for Gato. On the other side, the answer will be Sejuani Lucian. So, and let's see. They're still letting the time. They're not insta-locking here. Or maybe Daik is just a bit old, you know, and cannot find Sejuani. But I think Daik is not that old. Kakaute is old though. He's like 28. But I think Daik is not that old. Regardless, now Illusion should be picked here. And then we're throwing it back at 3vTeam. That should pick Talia Oriana. If I'm not wrong. I mean, maybe they have cancelled the draft because, like, the Oriana was a mispick. This could be. It is not impossible. So if something changes from what we have seen so far, then it must be cause Oriana pick here, but they pick it anyways. So let's see how IYBC will now respond. Again, there are multiple options here. Yep, picking a support definitely makes sense. It is a very strong pairing with Lucian together, and now you can attack, like, technically counter picks to this lane, you know, on the support position. You can just ban out and then you're chilling. That's why I think red side, the R3 pick is always really good, because you pick, you can pick something that has very specific counter picks, and then you can just ban them, but enemy team cannot ban your pick anymore. I think, like, best example, for example, is something like Malphite. You know, if you would go into the second ban rotation and ban Silas, then the enemy team is always thinking, like, okay, there's maybe a Malphite angle, you know? I mean, Malphite is not crazy right now in meta, you know, so maybe not, but, like, always some player will have to thought, wait, they're banning Silas. What if it's Malphite good here, you know? And in a situation like Kites, you know, on red side R3, you can just pick Malphite and ban Silas and they have no counter there, you know? Deciding here to pick ban Shen. Shen is obviously flex pick. Vayne is definitely top lane pick for challenge queue. Gets taken out. I think a good ban here in this game, because, I mean, obviously it's good damage against Sejuani, but it's also increasing the damage split here for 3vTeam, but they definitely need to have. Let's see what Kite's now picking. I would assume they will pick a mid laner, because they already know kind of what they're facing. Deciding here for Locke again, for IYBC. I think it's a good pick here, especially with, like, something like Sejuani. It's, like, not that bad and can put a lot of pressure. And again, I think, like, Oriana is mid lane. So Oriana against, like, Locke Sejuani, bro? I don't know. And if Oriana is against Lucian Milio, I don't know either, you know? So, like, Kites puts, like, a lot of pressure in this draft already, but I like to see. And I don't really see any easy angles for challenge queue, not for Gatos Nocturne to attack. We see now a Zahin blind pick. It is a champion the challenge queue has already shown a lot. So, you know, it is a champion that we have seen a lot of times in the hands from challenge queue here. So he kind of, like, and I don't think that Zahin is a crazy blind pick. So I think challenge queue has, like, he has his, like, 3-4 champions where he's very confident on and he wants to play them. But I don't think they're necessarily the strongest meta champs. So let's see how Dyke will respond to that. Because I think against, like, Zahin, you can probably make a lot of things work. The question is more, how do you want, you know, what do you want for your team? I think Cassandra would be definitely fine here, giving them a bit more, you know, a bit more defensive tools. Like, Cassandra is really good if the enemy team is playing inside, like, towards you. Like, definitely champions like Nocturne and Zahin have to play towards you, so I think it's a good pick. Now that's being picked, now we have to see who's going who. You know, for the side of 3vTeam, it will be interesting to see how Talia and Oriana find the position in the end. In the other side, like Kites, they could theoretically go completely crazy and put Locke bot lane. That would be possible, but I really doubt that. It would be kind of low. And with that, I think, like, I personally think Kites has the better draft. Not just that, I think they have also the easier to execute draft. You know, I think, like, the Oriana mid lane will have a lot of hardship to face against, like, Locke Sejuani. Like, she's insanely vulnerable. On the other side, Nocturne, you know, where are you ulting as Nocturne? Like, I mean, bot lane is okay. Like, bot lane is okay for Nocturne ultimates. But Locke, you know, if he's, like, not standing under the enemy turret, you know, I don't think IYBC is in any threat. And, so yeah. I don't like the bull. I think Alistair is okay here. I kind of think with having Zahin top lane, they really need to, I really think 3vTeam needed a champion that can go in and is tanky. You know, that's exactly what they needed. Because challenge has picked Zahin, and Zahin, while he is not You know, he's usually quite resilient, you know. He's not that crazy at going in. You know, he can go in, don't get me wrong, but it's not like he's putting a lot of CC on the table and so. Now it would have been better. Yeah, maybe. But Vel'Koz has decided for Alistar. I think Alistar has also some... the good thing about Alistar is his ultimate here. Because you cannot forget that... that Alistar ultimate is making him like, you know, it's like a cleanse. So, I think maybe Vel'Koz is thinking, yeah, I have to go really hard in. And then I play like against like Sejuani, you know, and then I can get like stunned. And then they just press all their buttons, you know, and like local Lucian, they have like a lot of upfront damage, you know, you can be easily killed here as support, especially as support, because supports usually don't get many items, so they can only get the tankiness over their kids, basically. And I think Alistar is there maybe the best choice to just play this role, you know, to be a mid shield after combo. Yeah, that is true. You know, I think if 3vTeam is like finding a really good engage here, if they're hitting like multiple members here, especially like if they would come to a position where they hit InaudiB in the IYBC, the teamfight is immediately over. Because as soon as one thing hits, you know, Orianna ultimate, or like CC of the Talia, you know, as long as one thing hits, all the other things are hitting too, and they're immediately gone out. On the other side, I think it is probably pretty hard to hit Locke and Lucian. And I don't think necessarily 3vTeam has the best damage against tanks, you know. And Sejuani and Cassandra, they are not just tanks, they're really, really hardcore tanks. Like, they're like insanely resilient. And I don't think, like, Zahin Nocturne, like, the issue is not just that you not have AD carry or something, or like that you have no champion that can damage them, because I'm pretty sure like a champion like Nocturne and Zahin, they can damage those champions. But the issue is not that they cannot damage them, the issue is like Nocturne cannot damage Sejuani because to damage her, he needs to stand in her melee range. If he does that, he's just dead. You know? In a teamfight, he will never be able to like hit Sejuani for like 2-3 seconds without being just immediately killed. So, and I think this is like the biggest issue here for the Phoebe roster. They either hit a wombo combo on the backline of Kites, but the backline of Kites is insanely mobile. So it's really hard and has insane peel with like two tanks that are really good at protecting and the melee, you know. So it's like they have really good peel and they are really mobile. So hitting them is really hard. And then if you don't hit them, you have to hit Sejuani, Cassandra, and like, bro. Like, caramba, you're not dealing any damage to those. So I really think Kites, they're having with this draft finished, they have put themselves at an advantage. And I think like I think that their ban strategy of just banning a lot of mages that Varus could play bot lane here has worked out. As that like I think like the champions that 3vTeam picked here, like Orianna, Talia, they're not really crazy good. You know, don't get me wrong, those champions are not bad, but they're not S-tier champions on their roles where they played right now. You know? They're maybe not C-tier champions either, you know, but yeah, I don't know. Definitely not the creme de la creme. On the other side, I think challenge here with the Zahin, I'm not sure if I like it too much. I don't want to say like, yes, a small champion pool, you know, but like with picking Zahin here in the game 1 in a draft like this, I think, not sure if I'm a big fan of that. Besides that, we have to wait still a short moment before we go into the game, but I think it will happen now. And with that, I want to welcome you to today's playoff series here, 3vTeam against Kites. Whoever loses is 4th place out of the year. Whoever wins is at least 3rd place and would face the loser of Fuego Zeus next. Here we see already. Alistar level 1 gets kinda abused here by the Kites bot lane. Doing a lot of damage. But sadly, we're going into the immediate pause here. The Latam experience wouldn't be the same without it. You know, oh, I should have. Wait. Ah, fuck! I fumbled. I wanted to make the chat bet. You know, you can make like. Oh, wait. I still can do it. Sorry, that blow my ears out. I'm sorry. Wait. Stream manager. I can make like an thing here, and then you can use your channel points to. I mean, you know. I mean, the draft is already over. You know, I think most people would bet for kites here in this thing, but let's do it anyways, so I get used to it. Boom. I have put it on now. You can vote if you want. I think. Yeah, it's there. I cannot vote for it. Oh, I did. Wait, you cannot vote for channel points. You can just press win. Ah, fuck this. Next time I make better. Sorry. That being said, we see Gato already invading here. Dimitri, his camp, he's smiting away here. And Gato not just smiting him, like smiting the camp, also like nearly killing Dimitri. Put him away. You cannot use channel points here on this channel for anything, basically. So you can just have them. So there's like, you know, channel points is a Twitch feature that you have like on every. We have pause, so I can explain. You know, on every Twitch channel, you know, you can get channel points if they have enabled it, and then you just get them by watching. You know, you cannot buy anything for it or do, you know. I mean, 2 people have voted for kites. You know, let's see. We will be right. And then, you know, the creator can put like in things that you get from it. Like, for example, you can get maybe an emote that you only would get for subscribing, or you could get, you can get your message highlighted. I think I have that activated, and then you can do custom things. So like a lot of League of Legends players and shit, they would add like something like 1v1 or like OP.GG review or some shit. Like that. I think I have 1v1 also in, but obviously you know, you cannot 1v1 me on that by like cards, you know, but I could make it after, you know. But besides that, there's nothing there yet. I want to add like emotes to my channel, like, you know, that you would get with like subscribing, not because you want to subscribe. I just want to add emotes that you can then get by channel points, you know, because I think that's kind of fun. But it also would mean that I have to design emotes, you know, so. Right now, with like myself also play competitive League of Legends. I'm a bit drawn out of doing all that stuff. But in the future, we might see it. On the other side, we see here in the game, 3vTeam and kites, they're trading blow for blow on multiple lanes here. Very low. Like nearly dies here in the top lane matchup, basically as 1 HP. Immediately TPs back into the lane, though, will be full life here, and now HQ has to lead. But he wants to reset anyways, so in the end, still a good trade here for the top side of 3vTeam. Core, they're also playing very aggressive here. They're holding a stand here. I think, like, especially in the early game, before, like, Dimitri and Dijk are really tanky, you know? There is potential here for 3vTeam to get ahead, and again, you know, while, yeah, technically they don't have damage to tanks, if like Dimitri and Dijk don't really complete their items, they, you know, also do not really have the tankiness that is needed, you know, and Core and Varus, you know, technically they could still do damage to them, so it will be interesting to see how the game continues into the late game. So I think if we really go into an even late game, it will be hard for 3vTeam to play. But maybe it won't be hard, you know, depends honestly how the top lane matchup goes. So far, Challenge Q is winning here on the mid lane matchup. Nothing too crazy we see right now. Core has the lane priority, something that is expected for the Orietta. Obviously, she's ranged and Locke is melee, so it's a bit harder for him to play. On bot lane, we see, you know, be having the CS lead. But there's still like you know 1.5 waves to be contested by Varus, you know, so you will get bit back of this lead, of the lead, but still the AD carry lane is definitely performing better. Something that I'm not surprised to seeing because like usually AD carries do it depends a bit on the matchup and on the mages. Obviously if you play against Ziggs it's a bit different, but if you play against any other mage, usually AD carries are better in the early game or like in the early game. Because they are auto-attacking, their whole thing is auto-attacking, and in the early game, usually you have like high cooldowns and shit, so it's a bit harder for a mage to contest. Then we have like, the end of the early game and the mid game where like mages really take over because just they're spiking a bit earlier than AD carries. Usually AD carries spike really hard on 3-4 items, and mages really spike already on like 1-2 items. So that's like basically the major reason why like one of the major reasons why we see like so many mages, because like they're like far stronger in the early game and they're also like usually better at playing the lane alone. Does Kites have a chance of winning? Yeah, of course. They're already behind. They're like 400 gold. Kites no losing IYBC, but I still think yeah, the Oriana gets a kill here, but it's like not the end of the world. There's a lot of potential still. It's really crazy, no? Core just, I was not expecting it. Core just completely one-shot him. He even, IYBC even has Flash still up, so I think IYBC was not expecting it either, He was just chilling, But Core was not. He has chosen violence today and putting himself in a good position. Also puts 3vTeam now in a good position to do the dragon here. Let's see. They also have gotten the bot priority and will secure the first dragon here for themselves. And this is especially what we want to see for 3vTeam here if they want to win. I think this early game is really important here. Gato also being level 6 now means that we will see the ultimate here used by Nocturne soon. And usually, you hear the statement that the first Nocturne ultimate is setting the tone, It is obviously not, it's not a God-given rule, but it is like kinda most of the times it happens like this. Now we see a mid lane play against Oriana. Core has no flash, and this is exactly what I mean. Yes, Gato's coming in, but far too late still. Oh, Core, IYBC is dying here. Now Gato against Dimitri in a 1v1, but Gato has a stacked lethal tempo, so you can just run him down. Dimitri flashes now, but where are you flashing? Varus is there to help him, and here in the end the play goes good for 3vTeam. But we already have seen that the Oriana is really attackable. And I think she stays attackable now for the next 4 minutes still. So we could see more aggression from Kites around mid lane. So far, definitely. Oh! Dayek finds an engage here. Oh, crazy combination of abilities here. Puts himself in the perfect position and pushes Challenge Q also in a perfect spot to completely outplay him here. Challenge Q look for the engage, but Dayek in the end, the one that goes winning here. Insects him into the turret here. Well played by the Cassandra of Dayek here. Probably also one of the reasons why Cassandra is so good again, or why Dayek has chosen Cassandra against Zahin. Even though Zahin is very strong champion. Cassandra has a lot of control how he wants to fight and where he wants to fight. So definitely puts up a position. Now we see also something that we really rarely see in current meta. We see a very early swap here for the Kite bot lane to the top side because they want to secure the grabs. I do not know if I'm usually known as the biggest grabs hater in history, so I'm not sure if I like this necessarily. But it really honestly depends on the matchup here. Now we see a mid lane 1v1 against IYBC. This time he flashes away before he dies, but still kinda winning. Dayek here on the weak side is looking for a 1v1, but this is something you should never do on a weak side. If your team is weak siding you, you never should go into the 1v1 bit, because even if you win the 1v1, and Dayek, let's be real, would have clapped Talia here easy peasy, even though he has only armor in his inventory. Cassandra is not yielding. But if you're a weak side, that means that maybe enemy team is just, cross-mapping into your face, and Gato was there here and put some pressure onto Dayek, but makes him lose his flash now. I think it's, for him, could be still an important summoner spell. It kind of depends how how good he is against Zahin now, because like I think this matchup is like I could I imagine that Dyke has picked this Cassandra because at one point Change will not be able to kill him anymore, and as soon as that point in the game will be reached, Change has nothing to laugh anymore. But this point has to be reached, and right now it doesn't really seem like Dyke is there yet, even though he's probably already on a good wave. Change also manipulates the wave right now perfectly to have it under his turret. He has freezed it. It's you can see Dyke already has to bleed some minions. Now the freeze obviously is cancelled here, but at least 2 waves that Challenge Q could take uncontested here. Now both the top laners are closer to each other and have to brawl it out again. And we see Dyke immediately going forward here. This shit not really losing damage either. Looking for more. Change needs to be careful here. But avoids the Q3 of Cassandra, and with that is fine. Next dragon is spawning in 1 minute. I would think there's contention against it. Around it again. I think even though first item for Varus is finished actually. So this could mean that Kites is playing a bit more reserved, but Blackfire Torch is an item. It's the first item, but it is not the crazy in a fight term. And then all in it's not that important to have. But I think especially for the lane it's nice because of the mana and the burn shit. But the secondary effect of the burn is obviously that you get more you get percentage AP the more targets you're hitting with your burn. But the thing is, if you're only having 1 AP item, then getting 4% more AP kinda doesn't matter. In top lane we see Dyke here has used his ultimate through Challenge Q, but in the end the HP bars looking quite rough here. Challenge Q definitely losing a lot. Dyke is now going under the turret here, but I'm not sure if he wants to do that. Gets dove here anyways. Dimitri is there. Kill secured for the Sejuani. Has a very early hard steal here. Again, this is another, if you're regular watching, you know that I'm a big hard steal hater, but really, you hate the hard steal, but it is an item. It gives him 900 HP, so diving for the Sejuani right now really easy. On the other side, though, we see Gemtech Dragon kinda contest less secured here for the 3vTeam Kites. They have used looked for the cross map. They have found the cross map. It is only a kill, but let's see. Already it's kinda rough here for Challenge Q. He gets so much pressure here, gets weak-sided. I don't think the next dragon is not the soul yet, so theoretically Kites are not forced to fight the next dragon. Obviously it's always nice to not give the enemy team the soul point, because if enemy team has soul point, you're kind of always threatened to contest the next dragon 100%. But if Kites not feeling it, they don't have to contest next dragon, so they could also still drop a 3rd dragon without having that much of, without making 3vTeam that much stronger in the combat department. It just makes 3vTeam's map play a lot easier. Let's see. Both teams here basically dead even, but I'm not sure if that is what we want to see from 3vTeam here. The tanks here, especially the tanks of Kites, they're coming so good into this game. They're basically uncontested. We see Sejuani Dimitri has same CS as Gato here. Kinda crazy to see here. And you can see on top lane Dyke. He's just already running down Challenge Q. And Challenge Q, he cannot do anything besides walk away. Yes, Dyke is a tank, it's not like he's one-shotting Challenge Q, but he's definitely having the lane priority. And, And I think, especially, because, in chat there's, a lot of talk about Dragon Soul and this, Ocean Dragon map. And I think, an Ocean Dragon for these tanks could be really rough. Now we see another attempt at top dive here. Nocturne Ultimate is used. I think this deterred, Kites to dive here, actually. But in the end, Nocturne Ultimate is used for bot lane here. And Locker gets dove under the T2 tower, so it's kind of rough. On the top side, though. Core Teleport is enough here to support challenge queue for now, but we see Dyke, he's not really caring too much about the Oriana. Ulting him over the wall here, finds challenge queue directly into the arms of the Sejuani. Challenge queue 1 HP, gets away, but Sejuani can dive here. 1 W hit will be enough, and with that, also Core bites the dust. Double kill for the Sejuani, and this is what you can do with a lot of HP tanks, you know? If you have tanks in the early game, like that have a lot of resistances, a lot of HP, you can just dive. You can just hand it. What they gonna do? You know, the Oriana deals no damage, the Zahin deals no damage, and with that, the neutral objective will also be secured for the side of Kites. On the other side, we have seen a bot turret being taken and IYBC obviously dying. In general, IYBC has a really rough game here right now. On the Loki, it's not that good in the game yet, but I would consider that, like, IYBC, yes, he is a bit bad in the game. Yes, he's 1k gold behind. You know, his CS is not perfect right now. But with, like, how good, like, the rest of his team is in the game, it is not impossible for him to come back into the game. And also, with him being an assassin and, like, just in general how assassin champions usually work, he will always be a threat to the mages. Like, Core and Varus on the mages, yes, Locke is behind, but he's not one-shotting them anymore because he's behind, okay, but consider that, you know, what if you're getting like half HP'd by Lucian, you know, and then you run away? Then Locke can chase you down, he can flank, he can kill you, you know, there's only like, you know, Fights only has like to deal like 30% of HP, and then Locke, it doesn't matter that he's behind, he will still one-shot you. And that being said, you know, there is still a lot of time for IYBC to get back into the game. The camera, though, we're again seeing the top lane matchup. Dike has complete control over it now. He can do whatever he pleases. Don't really care. Challenge, he has to accept his fate. He's still keeping up in the game. Like in the CS department and stuff, and like item-wise is also not that far behind. So, 3vTeam, they're looking. Inori B gets the shockwave combination, but flashes away, gets out. He's now feared, but now he's not feared anymore. Immediately pops the ultimate. Velkos goes in, also pops the ultimate, and now the Harald is there. I'm not really liking the Harald play here. We have a short delay of this, of the YouTube stream, but now we see the Harald engage. Let's see what Dimitri is doing here. The turret should be dying to it, but I'm not sure. You know, Dimitri is now in a very dangerous position, but it doesn't matter. He's just too tanky. Velkos immediately dies here, and there's nothing 3vTeam can do anymore. They waste, like, not they wasted, but they use their combo on the Lucian. Lucian just flashes away, and with that being said, the game is over. Here on the top side, though, Dayek. JHK is not, you know, he's not out of it yet. Still have a strong shot here. He's trying to find a 1v1. The HP bars are definitely low, but in the end, it doesn't matter. There is a resurrection for the Zahin. He gets the kill here on the 1v1 against Daiga. I think this is an important 1v1 kill for Challenge Q here. Not sure how he managed that. To get into this, you know, to get the lethal here on the... Oh, let's get immediately more. Kites is looking for more going in. Gato goes in to steal the blue buff. Yes, he gets the blue buff. Dimitri can get away. And Kites cannot bounce back. With that, 3vTeam, they still have a slight lead after all of it. And they can also look for more here. The mid lane turret probably pretty... You know, it's not looking good for IYBC. He cannot defend this for sure. And also Gato gets now some camps on the top side. Stolen from the Sejuani. That being said, 3vTeam now 1 point. Oh, even 2k gold. Oh, top lane got also turret. Okay. 2k gold lead now on the map for 3vTeam. But Gato, though, he might have just overstayed his welcome in the jungle. And with might, I mean definitely. And this is exactly what I mean. IYBC can just, you know, with like catches and stuff, he can get back into the game. And you can see he was like, yes, 3vTeam has gotten a gold lead, but IYBC is now equal, you know? While 3vTeam has built a gold lead, I mean, the gold lead is immediately shrinking. Gato has dropped so much fucking gold here in the jungle with this shutdown here into the Locke. And Locke now basically dead even here, immediately back into the game. And this is exactly what IYBC needed. And now he's like, he's getting back to the threat level where he's like, you know, a really, really big threat for the backline of this 3vTeam roster. We also see an interesting build here on the Talia. She's going, she's just going for Liandry's. I do think it's like correct, obviously, you know, you're playing against like two really heavy tanks, so having Liandry's is definitely not the bad thing, but it also makes her damage, you know, makes her damage against like important target, I wanna call him, a bit less. But I think if Talia is like, if Varus is really in a position to hit important target, I think IYBC and Inori they are cooked anyways, you know. So I think it's a good adaptation here from Varus for going for the Liandris. But let's see. 3vTeam, they're looking for more catches here still. I think this is like what they're immediately looking, finding the combination. This time Lucian has no flash, running away. Ultimate is now used from Melio, but it will not be enough. 3vTeam Gato, he gets the kill, and this is exactly what 3vTeam wants to do here all the time. Just send it and send it and send it. And Melio ultimate barrier was not enough to secure the Lucian life here, and I think this is a big win condition here for like 3vTeam if they can continue to play like this, because without Lucian kites they cannot really play anymore. They only have Locker really, but Locker is like has also to go too committed, you know, he has to go too deep to do any damage. So I think the tanks and frontline of Kites Esports without Lucian, they're kind of worthless because there's nothing to tank for. There's no one to space for, there's no tank, you know, there's no one to CC for, you know. You're just having two tanks, and yes, you know, they probably can kill the backline, but like, you know, against Gato, Zahin, you know, it's really hard. Let's see though, gold hit again, 3vTeam, close to 2k gold here. Getting a way back into their leading position. Kites are definitely not out of it yet. We have to see, you know, again, Lucian, you know, he's an AD carry, so, he's also quite strong already, you know, because Lucian is one of these AD carries that spikes a lot early and then falls off late game. He's not really falling off because he's dealing less damage or anything. The reason why Lucian usually in the late game is not as lethal anymore is because he has only like 550 range, you know, with his auto attacks. So for him to be in auto attack range is kind of a commitment. And in late game, you know, if like there are champions with more range that just one-shots you before you even range, then it's really hard to play. So, yeah, that being said, we continue going into the game. I would really like Dimitri or Daik, maybe both of them, to go for Night's-Wu here, by the way. I think Night's-Wu would be a really strong item for both the carries to put on. Change Q now securing the vision plant here around the dragon, around the Nash. Dragon is spawning though. It is the third, it's like the fourth dragon of the map. Kites has gotten the last dragon, so dragon stacking is a bit delayed here. No soul, no nothing. But so far it looks like 3vTeam, they're playing more aggressive on the map. You know, they're stepping up, they're doing more stuff. So it will be interesting to see if Kites can even find a position to contest here. Because like you see, like 3vTeam, they're like on the minimap here, you see they're already on it, and like Fight Esport, they're not even grouped together, so this dragon will be gone before they will be in having even a chance to contest. And Dimitri now, he's really deep and they know it. But Gato's not looking for Dimitri. In the end, he ults him anyways. Maybe a big mistake here, losing a lot of HP. IYBC losing also HP in the end, but doesn't matter. Shockwave only hitting Melio. Yes, Adlercast will die, but it's only Melio yet. Change Q's flashing forward, finds here Inori B. He has run for his life. The HP was so low, and in the end, it will be enough. The damage is enough. And with that, Kites, they kinda bite the dust here. Maybe even Inori B. No, Varus is fumbling his abilities, but the double burn will be enough. Triple kill for Varus. And the people ask, where is the damage? There is Challenge Q, dealing a lot of damage, followed with Talia here in this fight. Finding a really strong position now. With being on Soul Point, with being on a 5k gold lead, that will probably rise to 6k here, depending on how much time they get on the turret. They're in a really good spot here in 3vTeam. They're just finding things. You know, and I think, like, the biggest issue is, like, yes, you have this front line, but they don't really have any, like... I really think Night's-Wu will be so important this game. Like, Night's-Wu, don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that in a fight where, like, Gato is sending it on, or, like, Change is sending it on Inori B, and Night's-Wu could easy block 1k damage for the Lucian. So, I really want to see it. Technically, Daik could buy it with the items in his inventory. We already see Dimitri is opting into a different item. He's opting into... Wait, what is this? Is he buying Spirit Visage? I'm not sure if I would like this here. This is kinda ego. Now the ultimate of Nocturne is used again, but nothing is found. Shockwave here is dealing a lot of damage to IYBC, losing basically 75% of HP to it. But Kaizen not hearing any bell. Looking forward now. Felcross tanking a lot of damage, but he has the Alistair ultimate. Now Alistair ultimate finally running out, and with that he will be slain as well. Dimitri though traded a lot of HP for it, so he has to run away now. Decided to go in, flashes against the wall, being dead now. IYBC not hitting the E and is dead as well. And we cannot see on the side lane that like the Zahir is doing a lot of damage, and he's running now on the other side of Kites, and they're just getting completely out-macroed and out-fighted here. And it's not even like Inori B is fighting. Yes, he gets Varus, but Challenge Q is there too. Daik will probably not be in time there. I mean, Inori B at least gets a double kill here, but Kites Esports, they're really getting... they're really getting fucked here, honestly. And we see now on top lane, Daik also has decided against the Night's Vow, by the way. I think this is a huge mistake, by the way. As I said to Anime and myself, you know, the solution is so fundamental for your comp that it's like, I think it's really troll here, the item build from Dimitri. I think Dimitri should have gone for a more supportive item build here, definitely going into a protoplasm, yeah, because I think Hearts is also an egoistic item, by the way. It's like, not only is it an egoistic item, also is bad, you know, because like it gives you right now 1.2k HP. And Vamox at this point would give you 1.5k HP. So this is complete troll on the HP department. Yes, you could say, yeah, but you have this one auto attack. Bro, this one auto attack is so ass. It deals like 200 damage. But if you have like 300 HP more, your W deals 200 damage too, you know? So it's like, bro, doesn't matter. I think it is like huge troll. It is a big chunk of money that is wasted for an item that is like not good used here, even though it already has 300 stacks, is not even bad. And then deciding to go for a Spirit Visage here, it's... Come on, Dimitri. The illusion is so important, bro. I really hope if you not go with Knights or next item, then I'm losing my shit here. It would be mathematically so much sense. Because like, now especially, because Knights who heals you, if Inori B deals damage. Inori B deals a lot of damage this game. So if there's no Knights who in with Spirit Visage, then I'm losing it. Despite that, let's stop speaking about Sejuani item builds, even though, you know, it's my main champion. You know, I'm sorry. I know a lot about this champion, so... But I think Dimitri should know too. It's like his most played champions this season. Like, how is he not knowing this? Simple math. Shit. It's now a bit out of position now too, you know? He's very alone. But your Challenge Q is still a threat to the side lane. And Daik, he could not reach a point where Challenge Q cannot just kill him. It's honestly kind of interesting. Now, IYBC goes deep here, but they cannot really do anything. And with that, the Dragon spawns. 3vTeam, they will... I mean, Dimitri is still in a flank position to steal it, but, like... Not in position at all. Just drops it. And the inhibitor on the other side also taken from 3vTeam. And 3vTeam, they're just completely out-macroing Kites. I think Kites, they're walking over the map a bit like they don't know what they really want to do. And it's really biting their asses off. We see also Dimitri now, after his invade spree, is finally grouping up with his team. But, you know, you see Challenge already have made a rotation with his teleport far faster than Client Esports can respawn. Now they're anyways looking for a fight here. First kill is though secured, and Varus has not died. He has an Ocean Soul now too, and Dimitri, in the end, he will be taken out. Inori B finds another one, or like one kill for him. Now gets core too, and this is exactly, they're not reaching him. Felcross, the next on the menu. Varus is still alive, but he's the only one that really can threaten Inori B. Felcross will be taken out as well, but on the other side, you see Challenge Q. Yes, the fight is in the end kind of won by Kites, but it was a 4v5. And like Challenge Q, he gets another ADP, he gets all three of them completely out-macroing them. Kites, they really have no answer to this Sahin sidelane threat, and wow. I would have not thought about this. But Kites look helpless this game. Finding no answer against 3vTeam's macro decisions and sidelane pressure. Really rough to see here. We see now, like, NODB has like 4 items now. He's really, really strong, dealing a lot of damage. But we have to see if that will be enough already, because, like, right now it doesn't feel like it is enough, because it's just usually anyway step. Yeah, last fight he survived, but I think last fight also IYBC was the receiving player. He received all the attention and he died, so. Now 3vTeam also looking for Nash, and this Nash is like really rough if they get it, and I think they should get it, because there's no real way of with like 3 open inhibs to contest it. But like now 3vTeam, they can kinda just walk in. I think though, if Kites Esports can find the way back into the game, then it's probably now. Because like 3vTeam, the only thing they can do is walk as 5 people at enemy nexus. That forces them to not play side lane. They have to play 5v5 now. So, Kite Esport, they may be able to find it, but no way. Gato just finds it first, pulls the trigger in order to be immediately dead, and with that, the fight also, you can say it's already over. Yes, Daik and Dimitri, they're trying their best. IWBC is going golden. Daik is now taken out as well. Double kill for challenge Q. And with that, the game must be over. Adler class dying too. Triple kill for challenge Q. Dimitri, the only one alive. He's really tanky here. Maybe not even dying because he can just go into the fountain. Nope, will be tall. Taken as well. Quadra kill for challenge Q. And what a game here from 3vTeam, especially from challenge Q. What a dominant performance here in game 1. And I have said in draft that I don't really like the Zahin pick, because I thought like, yeah, Zahin, okay, you pick it, but now what? Really not the best champion, but in the end it doesn't matter. They just take it. They really, really take it. And with that, like, first game, we have that first game over. Wow. I would have not expected this to happen. I'm really, really flabbergasted, honestly. This is crazy. With that, our first game is over, and I think, like, I still think Kites can bounce back into the series, but I think, like, considering, I mean, they really looked helpless in the late game stages. That I must say. I think the early mid game wasn't that bad necessarily, but like the late game, holy moly. So yeah, I'm speechless. I'm not sure what you mean with that, honestly. I do not know what you mean by that, Momo. With that being said, though, we will go into the break now. I'm still a bit shocked, honestly. I'm completely shocked that Kyle just lost, honestly. I thought, like, with their comp, they can never lose, honestly. They made it happen. Props to Gato, especially. Finding the ultimates here, really important for him. That being said, we're going into a break. No, I don't want to watch it, honestly. I have thought about it, but, I don't feel, how do I say this? The issue is I really want to cover CD, but it's always at the same days as, LRN and LRS. And I have noted this casting, like, it costs a lot of energy, because, like, obviously it's not my job or anything. I just do this for fun. But it is still a lot of training, and I want my brain to be, 100% at one thing. I also have like thought, because like theoretically what I could do is like at those days, cast in the beginning of a CD series and then just, swap to LRN whenever, LRN starts. But I have decided that this is like nothing I can keep up with, sadly, right now with my brain capacity. We will do watch CD. Don't get me wrong. It is not the last time we will watch CD. Oh, wait, I can tell you. I can tell you it. We will watch CD again next week. Wednesday we will watch CD. Then the week after Wednesday we will watch 2. And then CD finals we will watch 2. You know? So that I can promise. But the rest I cannot. I can just not do it. It's too exhausting for me. Besides that, I will also now go on the break. I hope you have fun so far. Let's see if Kites can bounce back into the series or 3vTeam will just win again. Be right back.
Compañero, y si hay algo que se ha hablado mucho estos últimos días es el tema de Aura. Aura es realmente lo que le acaba de hacer 3V.
Okay. I have returned. And with that we also will do a prediction. Now I have figured it out. Last time I did the wrong thing. I am not actually did a prediction. I did here we see again the scenes of last game. I think. Oh, this is how. Oh my god. We see, you know, in the beginning, I think, like, Kites, you know, they fight it good here, like, here getting a double kill and shit, you know, Dimitri and Dyke were just too tanky. But, I think they kind of lost to Shopkeeper, honestly. Like, I think a big reason why, Kites just in the end looked so hopeless is because, they couldn't find an answer to challenge Q in a side lane, and just, you know, with the champions they had, okay, I understand. But also big issue is that they had a lot of team fights, they had big issues, because you see, in Nori B, you know, he's just dying there, once of all, he's just dying! He's just dead! Like, you know, in the end, you know, he's still surviving, but it kind of shows you how the fights were going here, in this game, in Nori B, just dying. And I think, that being said, I think really Dimitri should have bite other 3 items. If Dimitri has here 3 other items, it would be so much better for his team. And I'm kinda, you know, I'm kinda mad at it too, honestly, because like, I play Sejuani a lot, and I play, like, Tanks a lot, so I have a lot of, statistics and shit, who is, oh. Wait, what? Wait. Now we have Kites versus 3vTeam. I make the Abstimmung. Sorry. Wins game 2. And then we have Kites. Challenge definitely deserved MVP 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that he deserves this. That being said, I just give you 5 minutes. I mean, maybe 5 minutes too much, but whatever. You can now use your useless channel points to say who wins. Enjoy! I kinda like it. It's so funny. That being said, I will change music. And we're going to the ban. Pick and ban fans. Players are the same. No one has changed. All teams have the same players. We see again the triple mage ban strategy of Kites. We also see 3vTeam not really changing bans. I mean, maybe they have changed a bit, but not much. That being said, Jarvan is now first pick for 3vTeam. I think also first pick, Jarvan is always like a bit, because like Jarvan is a champion that is very telegraphed. Not just relatively, is insanely telegraphed. So, Kites Esport, they know what they're getting with this Jarvan first pick. So that means that they can really well respond to the Jarvan and picking champions that are not as volatile or vulnerable against Jarvan as like others. On the other side, picking Jarvan that early also means like that the enemy team has to respond like this, you know? So, well, yes, your Jarvan, you know, will not have the perfect game where you can, you know, maybe have an immobile AD carry that you can just ult and shit, you know, but you're still getting value out of this champ. The engage is just too easy, especially in the early game. On the other side, responded with Pantheon Shen. Theoretically flex-pickable champions, most likely we have a jungle support do here. Shen is really good against a lot of melee support, so you could like maybe opt to not melee support. Or Nautilus is also quite good. And Pantheon, you know, as a jungler, it's an answer into Jarvan because you can play early game also really aggressive. Now why was open this pick by 3vTeam? Yeah. IYBC special, I wanna say, is now picked against him. Again, we don't really know where it's going yet. Varus definitely can also play at bot lane, so that is maybe an option to be played. But it might also just be mid lane. Now, Rel, another champion that is like, yeah, you know, even though Shen technically counters her, she has a more easy time than something like Leona, for example, would have. So I still think like, you know, or Camille, you know, so I think like, still Shen value, but not too crazy. Now let's see. if Kite decides to pick a more carry champion, because like they still need, again, like they have setup, they have build, but they need also someone to kill the enemy. Deciding for Zeddy here, definitely understandable. One of the any carries that can play against Jarvan. I really like Zeddy, honestly, here. Kinda a fun champion. So, really like to see her. Remember, if you're watching right now, you can still use your channel points to say who's winning, if you want it. We still have some time. Sorry, you see my desktop. That being said, ban phase goes now in challenge queues. Tail is banned here. And understandable. Kite's last game, they didn't really find anything against 3vTeam. Side laner as an answer, so banning the Kale here, probably respectable. Again, for 3vTeam, like challenge queues, champion pool so far didn't look too huge. But the champions he does play seem to be really good, so. With that being said, Yuumi now taking out a really strong pairing for the Zeddy. You could also look into something like Lulu banning, but I think Lulu is like relatively volatile to the. Oh, it doesn't mean that I think that the Shen could be flexed. You know, I think Shen Zeddy is honestly not that bad. May now another pick the change he has played in the past, so makes definitely 100% sense. Let's see how they continue. Akali. Or Asia, Aurora. A lot of champions are Havard here. IYBC is definitely not known for them. Yesterday, I think there were a lot of Singe bans against the top lane of Lion. I've seen Singed Havard for like a microsecond, so that's why I'm saying it. Renekton is not picked. It is a fine blind pick. Especially with something like Vayne out of the picture. But I wouldn't be too surprised if TrainStream maybe finds something else in his pockets that does a lot of work here. Because he really likes like AD carry champions, honestly. Sugar would be crazy. Picking Mundo now makes more sense than Sugar. Definitely fine against Renekton, because, you know, Renekton can never stun you, can, you know. It doesn't make the matchup completely Mundo favored, you know, Renekton still in the early game, it deals a lot more damage and stuff, and like, it's not like weak in any form or way, but not being able to stun Mundo makes it kind of hard to find lethals on him. And, you know, if Mundo is ever ahead of you and can, like in late game, you know, it's really hard to answer him side lane, I would say. Because you can just not run him down. Now Cassiopeia, it's well secured. We still don't really know which champion is going bot lane, which champion is going mid lane, but nonetheless, IYBC has to pick a champion now, and we will see what he decides here. Against two potential mages, and I think like the 3vTeam, they're like really leveraging the fact right now very well that they have both Core and Varus in the team. Both like picking all the champions that are like basically pickable on both lanes. Makes it really hard to answer. Now we see where it's going to. We see right now it looks like a Vi bot lane, would not be shocked by it. That's being said, that swapping on Kite side, yeah, also nothing too crazy here. With that being said, and with being like how last game looked, I'm a bit you know, I'm not sure if I'm like too believable in Kites right now, but they have everything they need, and they have also a bit more snappy damage. Like last game was really a big issue that they had like this crazy combo of Nocturne, Orianna, and like Zahi and all those champions that can just run down the AD carry of Kites. But I think this game it's a bit harder, probably, and also Kites has more damage than just the AD carry, so. But I still think, you know, with 3vTeam, like how they look game one, like what hurts me about like this first game the most is just how helpless Kites looked. This was not just like, oh, they look bad, or oh, they lost, you know, or they got zombed, or they got outdrafted. No, it was like, I think they had a good draft. But in the end, obviously, also I'm, you know, hating the item builds, you know, I was like big hater of the item builds. But also I think like, besides all of that, they really looked helpless. And I'm worried that it will, that Kites, you know, maybe just not really know how to play late game. It would be obviously a big shame for them, but we don't know. Yeah, the caster on the left says it. She says it, you know, flex, 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 you know. 3vTeam strategy of Core and Varus in the same team is going well so far. If Kites, you know, can drag this to a late game, like, you know, game 4, game 5, then I would assume maybe we see Raf again coming out here, playing some real AD carry champions. But so far, 3vTeam finding still value, even though like there are 3 mages banned, you know, and like 3 mages are banned, and like two flex mages are already banned to fearless. They're still finding ways to do this. It's kind of shows you how many mages are right now good in the meta. With 5 champions banned out, in the end, 3vTeam still finds 2 champions to play this combination, or like the style of draft with. Nonetheless, we're going into the game here, and we see an immediate... Wait, it's not lane swap. I was confused. I thought like it was lane swap. But we in fact see no lane swap. We see everything normal. Both junglers also seem to start bot side. Pathing into the top side, but it's like... I wouldn't really have thought it with considering how the lane matchup's looking. I would not wonder if like someone like Dimitri is maybe looking, or like, you know, we could see level 3 ganks, yeah, from both junglers. They're definitely strong enough, like the champions are definitely able to do that, so let's see that. For now, again, we see on bot lane a bit of domination from the AD carry. Something we would expect it, you know, AD carries, they can just, in the early game, they just have auto attacks, and mages have worse auto attacks, so taking it now. On top lane, we see Dike having control. Something we have expected as well, because, you know, Valdemundo, you know, at one point, you know, it's like kinda counterpicked Rennick. This point is not immediately reached, yeah. And Rennick definitely having harder and stronger all in on some better lane control in general. So takes it out. Takes the push control. Another thing what I think is kind of funny is like I think like 3vTeam they have like or like not 3vTeam, like I think like about Hawaii, like this AoE spell that he sometimes will do on the wave, like the big one, is really doing zero damage. Played this champion in the Arab recently and have read his abilities, and I was like really surprised how little damage the AoE spell deals, because it's very visual. So I always thought it deals a bit of more damage. On mid lane we see Cassiopeia having lane priority, nothing too out of the ordinary. Cassiopeia, a lot of these matchups against mages is working a bit like an AD carry, I would say. Because as Cassiopeia, you can just, you know, if you poison the enemy, then you can just run them down with your E. And even with Q, you know, she can poke, so... We see Core here having a lot of an easy time. Still there's an Ecto, so it's not like IYBC is an immediate danger here. Both junglers actually have not looked for any level 3 ganks, they have just cleared the jungle. And Gato just being a bit faster here, taking the top scuttle first. Now bot scuttle is also on the menu, but this time Kites, they're finding a way in. Quest to flash out. Fight not over. Now Falcors is coming in, flashes in. But now IYBC is there before Dimitri dies. The question is just who will fall. This looks like Gato will fall, but in the end, Core just gets the first kill with the poison, and it looks like they can run away. Varus now cannot run away, flashes away, and Einori beats flashing behind him. Falcos 1 HP, still surviving the fear. Will be enough. 3vTeam starting the game immediately on an advantage with Primera Sangre secured for Core for people. Already having a good landing phase. Anyways, a lot of flashes are burned though. We see like 4 flashes on the side of 3vTeam burned, 3 flashes burned on the side of Kites. So, you know, take that what you want. There are a lot of flashes to be punished. Especially like with champions like Jarvan and Pantheon, it's like really easy to punish flashes. Also like the supports, both of them, like both Rel and Shen, they can like really easy punish flashlessness. So maybe we see some aggression there. There's definitely potential. But we're not sure yet. Top lane we still see. Both top laners trading a lot of HP. But the control of the lane is still in Dyk's hands here. They also could, like, you know, even though Dyke right now is like lower HP because Mundo just has higher regeneration, if he would use his like spin ability, he would heal a lot, but he goes in! The heal is coming in now. Dominos is popped. He gets the level 6 with the AoE, but Dyke here, holy shit. He really played on his level 6 there, and it was really close, you know. One more damage on Challenge Q would have been enough to secure a kill here. Challenge Q is walking up here, canceling the backport, and puts himself into a great position. And resets now. Game stays stable though besides that. But the first bet could be really a big issue, you know, especially like, you know, you see Core already having a tier in his inventory, you know. Cassiopeia usually likes to go scaling builds here in mid lane. And with that in mind, you could think that this might be really tough, honestly. Well, let's see. Dragon now. 3vTeam, they're the first here. It is like not unplayable for Kites though. They could step up, they could try for it. And maybe they will. Dimitri is looking here, finds Velcros. Gato also leaving the Dragon Pit alone. For now, just to like the Dragon obviously resets here, but also dealing some damage to Kites. Makes the position a bit harder here. Heals 1k up again, but 3vTeam takes it immediately over. However, we see low Dimitri far away, so this Dragon could be done. Still, 3vTeam losing a lot of HP here, but it kind of doesn't matter anymore. Bot lane of Kites have already headed out, and with that, first Dragon is secured for 3vTeam. Not losing anything for a leader, so really good for them. They kind of making, you know, their position as the gatekeepers of the league, you know. They're taking it really well here. So far, gatekeeping Kites from any chance at this game. Maybe even further gatekeep them away from playoffs participation any further. Let's see. Change Q now in a 1v1 against Dyke that gets here turret plating. Loses a lot of HP for it, also takes the turret plating. But then again, both top laners trading HP here. In general, you know, Mundo is like, you know, for Mundo it's like okay to trade that much HP because like he has his passive that heals some more. And his ultimate is also more effective the less HP we have right now. So Class uses the Hex Slash here to flash under the turret and then immediately dashes out. Kind of reminds me of like this jump scares videos. I think it's kind of funny. Besides that, we see Kites having a really great vision line here on the bot side here. Gives Noribi a lot of space to play. I think this is really important. Not sure what item he's buying here actually. Having a Vamp Scepter in his inventory. Ultimate now used from Dimitri. They're looking at Core, but Core's ultimate is finding well here. And Dimitri, even if he gets the kill, it will be hard for him to survive. But only Felcross there now. The ultimate. Oh, so good! And there's a kill. We see Dyke under turret and Adlakas, he tries to trade back against Felcross, but Assassinato double secured, and with that, another play that goes into the favor of 3vTeam. Trying to dive for Cassiopeia here, very straightforward too, but not as easy as they have hoped for, because Core just finds a really great ultimate here. Immediately pushing a lot of, you know, like Dimitri to his limits of HP, and then also the stacked turret just finishes IYBC. Secures another neutral objective here in form of the grabs for the side of 3vTeam. It makes it a bit hard for Kites, you know, to now they have to think, how can they go back into the game, you know? They have to get back into the game. It's like important to see that Noribi still has a fine position, you know? And he will be like this again, most important member. But besides that, ooh, rough.
Es ahí un poquito el diferencial que hay entre la Casio y la Nidia.
Game obviously not over yet, yeah. So again, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of the young AD carry of Kite's Esport Inoribi here. Going for Blade of the Rune King first. It's an item that we don't usually see on AD carries, but it can make sense, especially against a champion like Mundo, that somebody has to kill, and it's someone is he. He has to kill him. Also makes him a bit stronger in like 1v1, 2v2 situations, you know, because you're just having lifesteal that early makes you a lot more resilient in fights, you know. We're not just you obviously if you get like Jarvan EQ ulted into a Rel knockup, you know, you died anyways. But in like this fights against like Varus, you know, where it's a bit more front to back, you know, back and forth, he can restore some HP, makes him more resilient. Something that Varus cannot have as a mage. That being said, we see mid lane trading here. Core is not the best control over the lane anymore. Still is a big CS lead, but he's losing his grip on the control side because we see now with his ultimate, and like in general with his items, you know, he can like finally trade better back here, but he's still like, you know, still Core, funnily enough, gets the push even though Anivia ultimate was used, for example. But you can see Core is just stepping up here, dropping a minion. Last wave, he already dropped a minion as well, so we see Kites, they're kind of prepared to dive here, but let's see. And this is what I mean. Do you see how little damage it is? It's only like half. I mean, with the burn, it actually did quite a lot, but I take everything back. Actually, it deals a lot of damage to the minions. Now we see an engage on Felcross. Kaitzinoribi is also in the fight here, but now he has no E anymore, and Gato is going in. Dimitri here, no way for him to get out. Yeah, Felcross is low, but they're looking for more. Dimitri actually is not dead yet. They have finished him off. Oh, what a mistake from 3vTeam. They thought Dimitri definitely is dead, but in the end he isn't. And now Inoribi goes really, really deep here. Nearly dies, but gets a kill in the end. Doesn't matter. Dies into the turret here, and 2 kills for Kites for nothing. Oh, it was a disaster here for the side of 3vTeam. It was though, because like the situation for us honestly kinda lost for Kites already. But then they don't finish off 3vTeam. Gato looking for more than you know, they could have just slain Dimitri and then taken it. But they were like, I think Gato just thought, yeah, okay, Dimitri is 1 HP, is dead anyways, I'm just ulting the other backliners. And then Dimitri didn't die. But he got an auto attack off to a target what he hasn't already hit. So he got like a Thunder Sky hit and healed himself. Thunder Sky is not as strong anymore as it was before. You know? You know? And his nerf is only healing you like... I'm not sure what the AD part of it is, but it used to heal 6% missing health. It's right now only 4% missing health. So it is definitely weaker on the resistance position. So that being said, Kites Esports, they find immediately a way back into the game. Not just a dragon, but also like gold-wise, they're back edge neutral. And especially like Inoribi right now is really strong. Has his first item or finish, looks really good. This game surely he will get also the Knights for what I begged Kites to buy last game. Because I'm pretty sure Adler will buy this game. So definitely easier to play. And also like, you know, it's not, you know, there's no Arena Doctor in the opposition. So it is like, you know, 3vTeam definitely having a hard time to really kill the AD carry here of Kites Esports. Obviously like, he has like decided himself to buy Blade of the Rune King. But it's like, let's be real. I'm not saying it's a bad item, but it's like only really effective against Mundo. And even against Mundo, it is like not crazy effective. Obviously, it is very effective, but let's think about how Mundo wants to play. Mundo, as a champion, he wants to drop low, to ult then, and then run you over. Because like, if you ult low, you just get more healing and stuff. But that also kinda means you know, if Mundo wants to play with low HP anyways a bit. Like obviously Mundo does not need to, you know, necessarily to want low HP, to be low HP. But like in fights, it's not bad for him to drop low HP. That's what I mean. Like, in all ins. So, and you know, if Mundo is low, then Science, oh, now we see an engage here, but the fear is really good in the end. Seems to be not enough, though. Varus dies anyways. Dimitri dropping really low here, but survives. The Kaisis, but they're finding their way back into the game. Really good for them. And game stays interesting. Yeah, and again, you know, the reason why I spoke about this Rune King blade, so because it's like not dealing max HP anymore. I think like it used to deal max HP damage, like I don't know, 20 million years ago, but it is only dealing current HP damage right now. So you know, yeah, if Mundo is full life, it will be doing crazy numbers. But if Mundo is like low life, then and you know wilting and healing himself up, then it's actually not dealing that much damage. And you can see it here, like you know, for example, right now, the Blade of the Rune King would hardly deal any damage to HQ. And he's still quite healthy right now, so bit unfortunate. Next neutral objective anyways is secured for 3vTeam. It is a Harald. They're already getting grubs. They couldn't really use grubs so far. I think grubs is always an objective that you have to use, and it's really hard to use. But they have a Harald now. Another objective that you have to use. It's nothing that gives you passive stats or anything. You have to use it to make it work and worth. Let's see what 3vTeam will look for it. I'm pretty sure they could look for the classic combination of things, like what you would do, like place Harald mid lane to contest, like to, you know, get mid priority, get mid turret, and then also getting the better position for the dragon. This is a rotation that we really see a lot in pro play, so that's something that would be available with dragon spawning in 50 seconds. So let's see. Interestingly here enough, Varus again going for a double burn item build, by the way. Ooh, Inori B. Not just Varus' abilities here, and Chelchko already dropped low HP. Teleport also invested a lot of resources that 3vTeam is sending early into the situation here. But also Inori B is resetting here. Let's see what he's gotten for this reset. I'm not sure if I like this reset really. I mean, he got a Zeal and a Slingshot. We see also defending the mid turret here. Dragon is now on the menu. No, it's not even spawned here. Dimitri though, he's going too deep. There's no dragon there. Why are you going so deep? He will die in the end. Yes, you're getting a lot of time out of it, but just unnecessary to die here. But kind of makes it unplayable for kites anymore. Without jungle, you know, even if like your any carry is like strong, this could be a really good fight. Without Dimitri, it's not playable. And with that, the neutral objective is secured here. Second dragon going into the hands of this 3vTeam. It is not important right now, you know, it's only 3% more AD and AP, you know, it's like basically irrelevant. Not really giving you anyways. We see, you know, Havaya is like 140 AP, you know, so he's only getting like 4 or 5 AP out of this dragon. It's not a big deal. Despite that, let's see how the game continues, because like Kites had a really strong showing, but now, you know, Dimitri kind of fumbling here, and especially interesting to see Dimitri fumbling. And Gato performing so well, because my stream is disconnected, by the way. Kind of funny. Oh, we are reconnected. Now mid-lane turret will be falling as well. Took a while, but with the help of the grabs, they can take this turret in the rotation, making work of this objective. Quite nice. Let's see. Hurricane now secured for Inori B. Interestingly here, choice of item. If you don't know, Blade of the Rune King, Hurricane have a really interesting interaction, because the little bolts of your Hurricane, they are triggering on-hit effects. So even if Inori B is not hitting anyone specifically, these bolts, if they would hit him, still deal the damage of the item here. Now we see a top lane play here. Ultimate of Atlas also use Gato though. Fights a nice EQ that maybe gets him out, depending on Olivia here. IYBC still gets them. Gato's ultimate though, surviving 2. He's not getting enough damage, and 2 kills secured here for the side of 3vTeam. Chasing down IYBC. And in Oribin, they have to leave the situation. And that 3vTeam, you know, like they just couldn't kill Gato here, I think. Like, they tried, but the members they had there were not really the ones that deal the most amount of burst damage. And with that, and Eclipse Shield and Thunder Sky Healing, you know, Gato just stays alive. Also, nice EQ combo into the ultimate of the AoE. It was like good combination of abilities. Gato in general just playing here really well. I think really happy to see that, because like before I was like I always perceived Gato as a player that is like the flashy guy, you know, the guy that plays carry junglers, and that's it. And especially if he plays against better jugglers, you know, he kind of always looked like, I don't know. But here against Dimitri, here, I think like Gato is just playing well. Very well, and honestly. And I think it is really nice to see, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's really nice to see. Now we see Noribi under a bit of pressure, but Vikras can never reach him here. He has a dash, so he stays in a bit of range, but he stays not far away. He's not feared, and does do his job here on the mid lane again. Noribi, a lot of gold right now. He is the main carry for this Kite squad. Will be interesting to see, you know. Objective in the end secured by Gato. Gets a smite steal here out of it. Noribi is really far forward here though, but the first target will be the support. Adler has to run away here. Ultimate is used. Now Noribi is firing, but let's see if he can fire enough. His damage is honestly kind of embarrassing. I mean, he's not hitting anyone, but Varus will die in the end anyways because of the TP of Daik, and now they could look deeper here. Teleport of Cassiopeia is now used, and IYBC is still far away here. Gato goes in now, and Dimitri again will die. Adler also really low. Core now stepping forward, gets here stunned, cannot get his ultimate out before dying. Inoribi on the other side though gets kind of run down by Challenge Q. Challenge Q is ulting, and Inoribi, he cannot find him yet. Challenge Q is the only one alive with Gato here. They're fighting still. Daik dropping a lot of HP here. But the members of 3vTeam cannot look for a re-engage. In the end, the fight is a bit better, I would say, for the Kites roster, but not crazy. I mean, if Challenge dies, it would be kind of funny, but like, no. Ay. That's all I'm saying. Hard game. Crazy fighting too. I think, like, it's just like, you know, that Core couldn't ult here. I mean, he had no ult. Did he really have no ultimate, or did he just fumble it? Or didn't I see it? I mean, not fumbling, but because I think like Core just teleported in and then just died immediately. I think his TP angle was not really good. What put like 3vTeam behind. I think if Core is not finding a better TP angle, then it's definitely playable here now. The second, or like the second of the fourth dragon, the fourth dragon is here now on the menu. Challenge on the side here, getting a lot of damage by Dimitri and Inoribi. Inoribi is flexing his muscles against this Mundo, honestly. He has itemized only 2 damage against him. Dragon in the end still secured by Gato. Even if Gato would die here, what he will, in the end it is 2 for Dragon, you know. And while you could say, yeah, 2 kills are probably more worth than an individual dragon, and I would kind of agree. It is not just any dragon, it is their whole point here. What means that 3vTeam can now play a lot more aggressive, a lot more, you know, playing. Wasn't here for the reason, if you already said it, but do you know why Kakahuta is not playing? Yes, let's watch the Nash situation first here, because 3vTeam, they're actually looking to contest. Vel'Koz is now going in course, also stepping up. Ultimate not hitting though, Dragon. Nash is secured, but Kite's members dropping lower and lower. Varus here though, from Daik, put under pressure here, will be slain in the end, and Core cannot get more here. Daik should get away with that. Nash is secured, even though the support Adler dies in the end. You know, 2 members of 3vTeam die for this contest attempt. And again, about Kakahute, why is he not playing? I'm not into like how it works for this Kites roster, but they just have 2 top laners. So they use them differently, is what I wanna say. I think like every series that we have been saying so far, like there were often either Daik or Kakahute playing, like they're sharing the spot really a lot. And I'm not sure how the coaching stuff of Kites is approaching this, if they're like saying, yeah, the one player is better at that and the other player is better at that, or like if they're like contesting. I'm not sure if it's like Dokla and Castle, because Dokla and Castle not really sharing the spot. It's more like they have gotten Castle because Dokla was like slacking, and it's more like also not the coaching staff that wanted Castle, but like it was an owner decision to get Castle, and then immediately they kind of got rid of him too, because like the coaching staff and the players, they were not happy about, you know, the addition of Castle. Now we see another deep play here. IYBC is on the receiving end for now, gets even slain, but Gato could be the next one on the menu. Varus though dealing a lot of damage. Felkos now also finding his way in. Adler dead, and Inori B, he's running away. Kiting is dealing a lot of damage. Can he kill him? Can he kill them all? Oh, he's missing a Q, but still get the double kill in the end. Gato still gets away with it, and Kites, you know, they are kind of slacking, you know. Got the Nash immediately. Losing all your members, a bit unfortunate. And even Daik here, Core is teleporting in here to put pressure on the Renekton. Using his ultimate, sidestepping, good for now, but I'm dealing actually good damage to Core. He tries to trade back here in the end immediately. But, I mean, he's looking, but he cannot reach him anymore. And with that, he will slowly but surely die here. There's no way out for him. Change secures the kill, and in the end, the Nash buff. They're still having more gold out of it, but Nash buff immediately burned out. I think the situation with like Kites top laner is more compatible, not with like Castle and Dokla, but more like with how the legendary CFO roster was. You know, if you remember with Rest and who was even the other top laner? I know Rest and Pun? No, I don't know. I mean, more like the CFO roster, not like it is a friendly thing here to have 2 top laners, not the you know, the org decides, oh, we need to have another top laner because we don't like one of our top laners. It is definitely a coach approved situation here. And they're also really regularly sharing spots. It's not like only one player is playing and then like sometimes the other. It's like they're really often in a series they both play. Wouldn't be too shocked if Kakahute plays today again. Well, now the Kites have to try to win this game here. They gotten finally a leading position, immediately getting punished though. Importantly enough, you know, Inori B still missing Infinity Edge here. You know, it is a bit rough if you're going an item build like this. With a Blade of the Rune King, you're kind of delaying your power spike here. Wall is now used. Oh, Challenge Q is teleporting into the waiting arms of Inori B, but again, he's scooping so much damage. In the end, he flashes out and still fights back here, but he's not dealing enough damage. Will be slain. Double kill here for the Mundo, and Challenge Q is just full life again. He teleports in, loses nearly all of his HP, and in the end, this is just it. No, 3vTeam again winning, and again, there is no. Oh, I cannot believe it that Kites Esports again have no Nightswo. Bro, this is irreportable. Why don't you buy Nightswo? I cannot believe it. They're putting all their eggs in the basket of Inori B and then they let him hang here. 3vTeam just ace them and finish here. GGVP 3vTeam, they're putting themselves ahead in the series. Match point for them now, and Kites. I'm not saying Kites doesn't look like they cannot win, but it's always like the later the game goes, they look helpless. They look completely helpless. They're just getting run over and die. And it's not even that the team comp is like bad or anything. It's like, wow. I'm really disappointed, honestly, too, because I have like just hope for more. But again, you know, last week Kites reverse swept, so don't lose all your hopes. But they have to figure out how to actually win a game. Yeah, I think so too. I agree, Momo. Like just in general, not just like in the last situation, but I think like the whole game. I think like the whole game, Dimitri is like kinda not good positioned all the time. You know, he's not really being in a good position. And I want to agree on MDB. Rest and driver. What have I said? I have said rest, right? But then the other I didn't remember. He seems so lost. Yeah, I agree. And it's like really crazy to me because Dimitri is just such a veteran, you know. But maybe today is not his day. They have to lock in now, though. You know, it's like, you know, now or never. You know, it's either now or never. I do have the suspicion that Kites is always, you know. Yeah, I agree too. That I agree too. I think Kites is really, really having a rough on this game. But it must be said that Kites, you know, in the regular season too, they only start winning when they need to win. You know, they start winning when they need to win, else they would be out. Then they start winning. So the Kites reverse sweep hopes, you know, they still live. But 3vTeam today, they just look like a much better team. So I would say, you know, I would not be wondered if 3vTeam, they're just sending us early into the night here with a 3-0. Do I don't hope for it, you know, I would not be too surprised. They have looked just a bit better, like, not for the whole game, but like, you know, in the end, Kite just looks so hopeless. A bit sad. I will take a short break to, you know, get some water, get some fresh air, and I will, thank you, by the way. What do you mean as a pro player? I'm not a pro player, by the way. I know I said that I play as well, but I play not this, like, you know, I play like, I don't know what, it's definitely not, it's like, you know, I'm not bad necessarily, you know, I play in the European female circuit, you know, I play, but like, I maybe like top 10 young, like, you know, so it's like really rough. And top 10 sounds crazy, you know, but if you know how many teams there are, I mean, I must say that I probably know more about I yeah, I mean, I peaked year 2, you know, but I think I know a lot about League of Legends. I'm not really a big fan of solo queue. I'm a solo queue hater because solo queue is just my issue with solo queue is like that, like in like this season, I don't know, my account is just doomed. You know, if I lose 2 games. No, if I lose 1 game, I have to win 2, else I'm behind. Like, no, yeah. If I win 1 game, I still like, you know, 10 LP in the minus, you know? So it's really, you know, first of all, I have to win just a lot more games right now, but it's like my account is just doomed. Like, it's a bit unfortunate. And then it also comes that I just dislike like, right now, in like low diamond, whatever I am right now, you know, it's like, bro. The games are so unfun. Always someone don't want to win the game and runs down and shit, and it's like so annoying. Regardless, I take like 3 minutes of stop yapping.
partida Yeti que se la acaba de quedar 3D y de manera magistral también, ¿eh? Acá hay algo que sí me parece que es lo que está pasando, le está costando bastante lidiar con estas selecciones, con
Okay, I have returned. Just to say one more thing about like the server debate that we had in chat. You know, I think it is always also a bit that like I think in today's day and age of like how like you know how true skill works and shit, I think it is always a bit also obviously I have no facts for this, you know, but it feels like your account can be like, you know, your matchmaking can be blessed or your matchmaking can be cursed, you know? Like what I really hate, honestly, I hate this feeling that that matchmaking sometimes feels just like sometimes it just throws you into like back to back to back to back unlosable games, you know, where your teammates are just completely crazy and like it's fun. And then also, you know, sometimes it just throws you back to back to back into lobbies where like everyone is like really toxic. And I'm not sure, like obviously, like, you know, probably Riot Games cannot influence that, but I really hate that it feels at least like as a user, you know, it feels kind of like it is a bit it just feels so bad that it feels like, you know, the matchmaking is just putting either you into a good lobby or a bad lobby, and then you're like, and if you're like in a good lobby, then you get like 10 good lobbies back to back. But maybe that's also just, you know, maybe that's just bias, you know, because like obviously you remember those situations more than if it's just back and forth. Whatever. We are back into the game here. 3vTeam, they're just, you know, I think like Kites, they had a good position. Dimitri really looks off today. Besides that, though, you can see the gold graph. You know, Kites, they had chances to win this game. I think especially Dyke and Inorabi had a fantastic game here, honestly, like all over the board. But it's just not easy to play for them either. I think a big issue is that Inorabi is like right now, he's not really having the support that he needs. I think like Dimitri is too shaky. I think also buying wrong item game one, you know, now we have again, you know, like the locket is not bad, don't get me wrong, but like in a game like this, locket really, bro, really? Like the only person that you really need to shield is like your AD carry. Why locket? Just buy sideswap. It is so much better, but whatever. I think Core definitely deserved MVP on a Cassiopeia. He had this one really goofy fight where he just teleported in and got one shot, but besides that, he played really good. And with that being said, I think we're also going immediately into the draft again, so I will mute this and start this. And with that, we are back into the draft. Right now, the score is not shown, but it is a 2-1. Honestly, I wanted the score to be shown. Wait. 2-0. See? The score is not shown, and I already immediately, like, my brain is, like, not knowing what is happening. But production value is there, so you can see now the score. It is 2-0 for 3vTeam. They are ahead. And if you look at the players, there's nothing changed. Everyone is staying where they were. No roster swaps. And even the ban strategy is kind of the same, you know? Last game, the same bans were already dropped. It will be interesting to see now, especially considering that there are even more mages out. Right now, there are like 7 already out. Let's see what Varus plays. He already has shown that he is proficient with Corki. So that is an option that could be played here, even though a lot of mages are already out. Now the Rise first pick. It's a good pick, you know, we have seen it. It has also just dropped a bit in priority. But nonetheless, it's now picked. I think it's a strong pickup. Still needs a bit of time to scale. It's not bad in early game necessarily because, you know, you have like the rune prison and stuff, but this damage really needs like 2-3 items. Like, especially like on a third item where he's really spiking them. But, you know, Kites has not played the late games well. That's all I'm saying, you know. So putting more eggs in the late game basket, I'm not sure if I'm really hyped on the other side. 3vTeam picking Varus. Varus is a crazy flex pick, by the way. And a Vi, you know, a lot of aggression already positioned. here for 3vTeam. They want to play aggressive, and maybe they want to, you know, they're feeling probably pretty confident. So maybe they're feeling like, okay, we want to draft the comp that is like really aggressive, really putting pressure on Kites Esports, because Kites Esports, you know, they have pressure on them now. I mean, they're already used to being in this position, you know. Against SDM Tigres, it was the same, but on the day they played better last week than today. So let's see. Wukong now secured. I think Wukong is a perfect pickup against Vi. It's also quite okay against Varus. You can, for example, dodge the Varus ultimate with your clone, but it's possible. Senna now secured. A champion that we haven't seen in a while, but definitely something, you know, that we has played. So let's see. Let's see. Hello back, I'm Lizard, by the way. Ari now is taking as well a very strong duo with the Vi. And it speaks more into the thing that 3vTeam, they really want to go aggressive here. While on the other side, Kites Esports, they're looking more into the scaling route. And I'm, you know, I'm a bit scared here for them, honestly. I mean, obviously they can find a way back into the game. I'm not, you know, not dooming them yet, but I'm just not believing right now anymore. Is Senna good right now? Haven't seen her in any pro matches. I think Senna is okay. It's like, you know, I don't think Senna is like I always think about like champions and draft on a tier, you know. I would put like champions, like some champions are S tier, like Ziggs. Ziggs is so much Ziggs is for example S tier champ. Or like Camille is S tier champ, you know? And then you have champions like I think Vi, for example, is like not S tier, you know. Vi is more like A B tier, you know? And Senna is like more like A B tier. More like B tier probably on Senna's depart. Like a lot of champions that you would probably have before Senna. But like a lot of those champions are out right now, you know. So, and also you have to consider that Varus already picked, you know. So probably it's playable against Varus, and this is what matters right now for the side of Kites Esport now. Vayne, Brom, Cyan, and Tamkinch are out. And Nautilus might be the pickup here for 3vTeam. Another champion that can you play really aggressive early. I would really like it. Like 3vTeam early mid game is looking insane unbeatable. Like Nautilus is such a good pick, and now like Kites, they have to scramble, they have to find ways to survive. Like they already have like strong late game champions like Rice Senna, so now they have to find a way to get them there. I think Poppy can definitely be a champion that helps them, because like, you know, you have the ultimate to disengage, you have the W to disengage. But I don't think it would be the best champion here, because like Varus ultimate, Vi ultimate, Nautilus ultimate, all avoiding that. And Kites probably agreeing with me, because I decided to pick Leona anyways. Leona pretty good here. I think you can play Leona defensively and aggressively, so I think it's a good pick. And maybe on the top lane, Dike now, with an Jace blind pick. Again, this Varus could be bot lane for all we know, and I don't think Varus bot lane would be bad here by any means, you know, with Nautilus would be really good. If Varus is confident in it, then this could be a crazy angle for this counter pick side here, because Jace is not the best line. Never mind. Never mind, Varus not playing the Varus. Never mind. Please, pick top. No. Oh, I like 3vTeam. Cool. Sugar against Jace as a matchup, you know, you will see Jace having early aggression. He will be early in the leading position, but like in 1-2 items, Jace cannot really deal damage to Sugar anymore, and then Sugar should just take over the side lane, and it's kind of uncontestable. But let's see. I'm personally a really big. I like Shogath as a player. I really like playing Shogath. It's like my third most played champion in solo queue this season, but it's definitely not the craziest champion for the meta right now in top lane, for that means. So yeah, we have to see how good it is really, you know, especially against Jace. Like, you know, I would consider that Shogath at one point is better than Jace, you know, but, you know, maybe not. We haven't seen this matchup. It's not something we usually see. Interesting the change to the sides for it here, especially considering that there are like a lot of champions that are like usual counters into the Jays are still available. Like, okay, Sign is not available, Cassandra is not available, Mundo is also not available. Okay, maybe there are a lot of champions already gone, but like something like Yorick would be still available, something like Olaf would be still available. Olaf is honestly also like really good in the comp, like with the other champions that 3vTeam already has drafted. And I think Olaf would be honestly also crazy good against the champions that Kite says. Not just Jace, but he can just run past Wukong, and like kill the immobile carries. So I think like an Olaf I would have really, would have liked more. But let's see what HQ can do on the Sugar. Besides that, I still like 3vTeam's draft a lot. They have like a lot of this early mid-game power. They have like their mid-game, early game with ultimates is so crazy. Like, why Ari, boom, Rise immobile, dead. You have the Varus ultimate with the Nautilus, Zenna, catch by one ability, boom, dead, So, like, even if they play 5v5, like, they have so much damage abilities. And it's like, on the other side, Kites, they don't really have anyone that can tank it, Yeah, they have Wukong, they have Leona, they can do something, but it's not like they are really tanky. Especially because it's only support Leona. And especially the carries here, all immobile. Jace immobile, Rice, and Senna, all three of them are very immobile, so maybe hard to see how Kites can play this. Obviously, Kites can still play this, it's not like they cannot. But I'm just, considering how the first two games were going, especially considering that I thought like Kite's draft in the first two games was really good, but they couldn't win with a good draft. So now where I have not so good draft, or like in my opinion, like a not so coherent draft, I'm like, I'm not sure if I trust them, honestly, right now today, on this game. That being said, we're going into the game. 3vTeam, they're sitting on their match point. They're sitting on their way to make the gatekeeper image through and send Kites Esport home. This is their first split in their lane for Kites. They're just promoted. So still, it would be a great accomplishment, the 4th place here in their first season. But definitely they would probably hope the more. We see a lot of aggressive summoner spells here on the side of 3vTeam. Interesting here. Obviously, Hail of Blades on Shugaf is something we usually see. It's not that crazy. The reason why Hail of Blades is really strong on Shugaf is because Shugaf E. Shugaf E is like, your next 3 auto attacks deal massive damage. And then you have Hail of Blades, so you're proccing them all instantly. So it gives you insane burst damage that Shugaf usually would not have. It also gives you, especially on a top lane matchup, you can trade back and forth. And then you are bot lane trading here back and forth is also really good. Fake cross. 3vTeam already winning. Anyways, what I wanted to say about Shugaf Hail of Blades, if Jace is 60% HP, Shugaf is already lethal, If Shugaf just walks up Hail of Blades ultimate, he's dead on 60% HP. So this burst damage is really crazy on this Shugaf. On mid lane though, first blood secured, IYBC is dying without using flash. We do see that, so Lato and Core both have used flash to secure this as quick as they had, but, I don't think that Kites really have Ari has no flash, but as soon as she hits level 6 it won't matter. And I don't really think that before level 6 that Kites really have champions to pressure Ari, Wukong without 6 kinda whatever, Same for Rice, yeah, Rice, Rice level 6 is not mattering too much, but he has no damage either, so it doesn't, it's not getting anything. Now Kites bot lane at least trading a bit back here. Getting a bit more out of it, and 3vTeam, they're quick this game to getting end lead. Here we see the play again. IYBC is an unsuspecting victim here of double. Okay, cross flash was crazy, by the way. I think Gato really good, but then, bro, he could have saved this match, but whatever. In the end, it is what it is. Especially considering if IYBC would have reacted with his own flash, then, core flash would have been completely ass. Oh, now Gato, though, this time he has no flash, remember? And he has no Q, so he won't get out of this. He gets punished for not having flash. Kill for Dimitri secure. They're 1-for-1 now. And some souls for the Senna. Senna is like, you have like, Umo has asked in chat, if Senna is really good. One thing that is a bit unlucky or like, bad about Senna AD carry right now is like, you don't really get souls from minions, You get like, your chance from getting a minion soul is like 2% or something. Like, it's like really nothing. So for Senna especially, it is like really important that she gets like stacks by, hitting the enemy and, killing the enemy. So with the kill here on Gato also gets some Senna stacks, even though Senna does not get the kill, she still gets the stacks, but it's quite nice. And also really important because I think like in the later game stages, if like the carries of kites are really enabled and like can do damage, then they have a chance at winning this game. But they have to get there, and I think getting there is like with the champions that like 3vTeam have drafted is really hard. So them bouncing back here on the flash Descarto definitely is a really, really good sign for them. It's an important sign too. Not falling too far behind here in the early game. Dragon will spawn in 9 seconds. We see both junglers, they're still topside, so will not be done instant. Now we see challenge queue with the halo plates. Bam, bam, bam. And you can see, this already, it's only early game, but it's kinda crazy, Imagine Shogun level 6 here. He would just get a kill there. So, you can, especially because like the E is scaling crazy with AP2. Not crazy, but good. And Shogun is usually buying AP first. Like something like a rocket belt, you can just rocket belt E. Then the Halo Blade sits and oh my god, IYBT getting so much damage here. And you can just, ult the enemy. It's kind of funny. And ulted he did! Dying just died. Just as I said, they haven't seen it, but Change Gears just found his first lethal. He will not get out of this, pretty sure. But in the end, it's a 1-for-1 for the side of Kites and the Dragon Secure, even though Change Q has died here. And I hope we get a replay here. Good that Dimitri is holding the wave here. This could be a potential freeze, or it's not just a potential, it is a freeze right now for Dayek. So his wave state is like really well right now. So let's see. Sadly, we don't get a replay of this kill on top lane, sadly. I assume already. I mean, there is a, like, they could play it. Right now, there's nothing happening. Just play the replay. Guys, please, I beg for it. I want to see the Shogaf. And we see also Shogaf is going for an... Oh, yeah, we see. And this is exactly what I mean. Now watch Shogaf. Oh my god, this is completely illegal. Oh. Wow. And Dayek had flash, by the way. He just didn't react to the Shogaf. Scheiße. Dayek get really here out. JHQ just showing him, He's playing Shogaf, but he still has better mechanics. Now we see another 1v1 position, but it's still, Dayek, he's not winning those anymore. Shogaf dealing a lot of damage here. Yes, Dayek tries to trade back, but... And you see change here a bit, like, I usually would root for Kites, but I love Shogaf, so I have to root for Shogaf. Shogaf, by the way, has Feast again. If he gets in range, he just need to walk up. If Dayek lets him walk up, then he's dead. Oh my god, he's 1 HP. Like, he's literally Shogaf ult range. Oh my god, Dayek gets away with it. But Core is coming, but he has flash. It's not like he will die. Uses flash great here. Has to use it though, what makes it harder now to lane, because Change Q already kinda really hard stomping this lane, and now with Dayek having no flash, he has not that many tools anymore to survive Shogaf, especially because Shogaf is going Rocket Belt, and as soon as he has Rocket Belt, I think this lane on top lane is basically unplayable. Still not have it yet. He's not yet. Oh, he's rotating. Wait. Look Shogaf, he's going bot. They're swapping for grabs, right? Crazy. Another grab swap, another play that we usually don't see anymore, especially because grabs are kind of useless. Like, I'm no hate, but grabs are like 90 gold or something. And... So... Yeah, Shogaf, English is not my first language, though. So. Let's see. 3vTeam, they have lane swapped here for those for those grabs here on top side, but like it is I don't know. again, grabs are like in total they are like, you know, they're like 100 gold worth. And like for champions like Vi, they're really long to draw, but kites, they're looking really deep here. Not finding anything though. So, and theoretically, you see it like Vard is still looking to get into it, but I don't know. The 3vTeam, they're just two people face checking into a region where they know there are four people. So, IYBC is dropping a lot of HP, but I don't think on him to far. I don't think this is correct because like Jace can never sidelane against Shogath anymore. It's like you're just not sidelaning against the Shogath. Shogath will just kill you the whole game. So I don't really think that it's a good objective for kites to have here in the first place. Now we see an engage here. Adlercast has to flash out, but gets away with it too. So 2 grabs in the side of kites and 1 grab for 3vTeam. So kites have the grabs buff now. And I think like the biggest value that you get out of grabs is like platings in the early game. I think in the late game, grabs usually don't have that much value. Sometimes they have value, you know, if you have like something like Yorick, you know, they can have value. If you have like something like Garen that is really crazy on side, then they have value. And and if you have like laners like Kate, then it can then use them pretty early. You know, they can be quite useful. But I don't think they have this game, you know, any value for either team. Interesting to see here again the swap here. Now they're swapping back. We're seeing Shogath back into the matchup where he belongs. I think for Challenge Q, this is like that's why another reason why I don't really like the swap here for 3vTeam is because like Challenge Q has such a good time against Jace, but it could also be that Kites has anticipated, not Kites, that 3vTeam has anticipated and Kites would swap. And that's why they decided to swap as well, you know? It depends. Trading grabs or dragon, if it's worth. It depends, honestly. And we see, like, let's see on him TV. Tell me, how is this James with sideline threat, bro? He just gets another off-screen killed by the Shogath here, but we see a fight here now. Shogath is coming in, but James is teleporting in with 1 HP and will be taken out by Dimitri. Just wasting his life here, honestly. 3vTeam, they're not looking as clean as the games before, so there is a realistic chance here for Kites Esports to bouncing back into the series and starting the reverse sweep. So far, it's basically that even though, but I still think that 3vTeam, like, you know, they're kind of unnecessarily taking, like for example, Challenge Q, teleports in with 300 HP and then just dies. Like, okay, bro, why? Just why? Not necessary. Now IYBC though is on the menu here. Ultimate is popped, but Gato also, again, like, you cannot really look for those fights. Gato too low. In the end, it will be able to be looked at. That's crazy. So, no, again to the question, if grabs and dragon trading work. Again, I'm personally a big hater of grabs because I think like most of the games they're useless. And the dragon is like, but a single dragon is also quite useless. You know, it's not giving you a lot of gold, it's not giving you a lot of XP. So usually as a jungler, it's more worth to take your camps. The thing about dragons though is that Dragon's Soul is a win condition, and like some dragons are also really good, and you know, some, how do you say, some dragons are good, like for example, like single cloud dragon is quite nice to have. I think like some teams, on some teams, like dragons like Gemtech Dragon, you know, can be on some teams, it's really good. If you have a lot of healing on the healing department though, for Ardo, no way he's getting out of, never mind, there's no damage. He's getting out of it. GG MVP. You know, like, so stacking Gemtech Dragon can be really nice when you have like enemy team, either one team is like really wanting to heal, or you know, your enemy has a lot of CC that, you know, Tenacity is good against Core's flashing forward. Also having ultimate here again, but oh, he doesn't find it. The minions are just in the way, and you know, he survives, and Core also flashes. Crazy, like, I think like 3vTeam, they're looking like completely crazy, honestly. I don't know. I'm really confused here how 3vTeam plays. they had such so good game 1 and 2, and now they're just like like basically every death that 3vTeam has like endured is like just not like they're just making mistake after mistake after mistake. It's not necessarily that Kites plays this crazy well, Like for example, look at this top lane matchup. This Shogath could be like so much more good at if Challenge Q would just play good League of Legends. I mean, that he dies, it's fine, okay? Like, I take it. But it's, again, yeah, weak side. I'm not sure how far but he was also kind of in his turret, so. Just had a lot of education. With that, Kite setting himself ahead, and Kite's already reverse sweet once, so the believers are believing, Kite's esports. I mean, if the top lane turret falls here, I mean, bot lane turret is also worked on, so probably won't matter in the grand scheme of things. We see Dimitri now around here, though. Same for Adler, so they could look for Varus here. They just need to walk up, find a way. Varus has both summoner spells and his ultimate, so it's not like an easy target, but definitely an attackable target if they want to, but they decide against it. I think they should have looked for it, but in the end it doesn't matter too much. Let's speak about Senna's souls again. She has like 42 souls, what is equivalent of I don't know what. Actually, let me grab the leak wiki real quick. Because I think it's kind of interesting to see, because like Senna's decks, they give her like damage and damage, shielding, and we see a fight now. Senna, she can have as much sex as she wants. If she's dead, it doesn't matter. But with the invisibility, she gets away. Hook now connects. Only with Adler, he survives, and if a lot of HP is traded again. Why flash used? Only getting Leona flash on the other side. So this holds. What does it give? Yeah, every soul gives you like 80 basically, and every 20 stacks you get like more range and crit chance. And if you have more than 100% crit chance, you get also lifesteal. So like importantly is every 20 stacks basically. You can imagine it's really important because you get range upgrade, and those range upgrades are really important basically. Like the first are not that big, 20 range is not that big of a deal. And Challenge Q again on the Shogath dying, just Moon still believes in 3vTeam, but Kite says like they're taking the aggressive stage, and I think like 3vTeam they're dropping more than they need to. So it also must be said, that I think like the champions, like Kite's comp is not that bad in late game. Let's be real with it, because like yes, the 3vTeam they have a lot of burst, they have a lot of dive and shit, but their late game carries their scales so hard, that it might just be not playable. Kites though, maybe this fight is not enough. Now we see Shogath securing the first one with his feast, like again dying, so is Dimitri. In the end, the dragon will be secured by Dimitri, but holy moly. Oh, nice hook! Oh, the cancel from Velkros is huge! IYBC uses his flash. Core is going behind it, but has nothing left, so he cannot really get there. Ultimate is now used. Core dropping a lot of HP. Still in the fight now. Uses the Shaman Adler cast that has 1 HP. Secured with the Q. Core plays it safe. Plays it really, really safe, actually. A bit too safe for my placing. I think IYBC could have been dead if Core is not playing too safe, but I think with how safe Core played here, Velkros should just have not looked for a dive. In the end, still, I think would say for 3vTeam getting more gold out of it. And yes, it is another dragon, but again, I have said it before, a singular dragon is kinda whatever. So let's see. I'm a bit sad that Challenge Q is inting so much, but this fight, you have seen what the strength of a Shogath, he just goes in, rocket baits forward, and chomps the Jades away, makes them basically useless. But again, immediately change and look at the minimap and he's immediately in danger. Probably will die here. There's no way. Camera is finally finding its way down to him and he's already dead. No way. Just hits again. Kinda looks funny here. Change on the sugar. Having a bit of an Bao's performance, I want to say. Just dies a lot of times here. A bit unnecessary. He died for basically a plating, by the way. So, kind of funny. Yeah, that's honestly kind of, yeah. But it doesn't matter that Sugar is suffering, I wanna say. I think it's like for Challenge Q, he's fine, you know? Yes, he died 5 times, but, you know, his CSing is okay, you know? And he gets like a lot of golden stacks anyway, so it is like fine for him. He's like really, really okay. It's going for Deathman's Plate here, what is making him faster walking, so maybe next time he can just walk away. Also makes it like, you know, he can like really run up to a target and like just auto attack it and ulting. So really strong. Let's see how it continues though. Nash is spawning in 42nd. No one is really looking for an early Nash here, I think. Technically, both teams have 80 carries, but both 80 carries are not going in 80 carry build. I think Varus with the poke build, I'm really a big hater. Again, I must say. Like, I think Poke Varus is not as good anymore. If you're having, like, you know, if you're, like, sitting there and saying, hey, Liz, why is Poke Varus not good anymore? We speak later about it, because 3vTeam, they're looking for a tower dive here. Unnecessarily, just finished the turret. Gato will probably be the first one that pays for it. He's keeping alive for a long time. Now Varus misses his ultimate. But IYBC will be slain in the end anyway. Challenge who gets the kill. And I think 3vTeam, they're just playing so much. They don't have to, you know, they just don't have to do this. They play so much more risky than they have to in order to be on the mid lane, secures the turret as well. And with that being said, so let me tell you something about Varus. When we see fighting here, Dimitri, they're fighting again. Varus really dropping low here. Dimitri is still on him, but he flashes away, gets away. Dimitri actually doing a lot of damage. Felkos now dead, uses his second ultimate, chases Varus down again. Another kill. Dimitri locked in this game here, but this time he will die. Gato comes in now too. And while IYBC is ulting in, it will not be enough, gets away. So, GG repeat. So the thing with piercing arrow of Varus is, like, back in the past, this ability had like an 80 scaling of like 190% bonus 80, and now it's only 80% bonus 80. So you know, I think that's the reason why I think Varus should not go this 80 build anymore, the poke build, because you builded it because your Q had a lot of 80 scaling, but it only has like 80% bonus HP, bonus 80 scaling, so it's basically nothing anymore. Back in the day, it used to have 190% bonus 80 scaling, so you kind of, you know, you get the point. It is like really not what it was before. Really nerfs Varus damage here, honestly. So there's like something I think like, yeah, you know, Kites Esports, they have a chance, you know. Think like 3vTeam, they're kind of losing to Shopkeeper here. And now they're going in. Dimitri finds another one here. It's not that like his ultimate is so clean here. Gato nearly dies. In the end, he stays alive for long enough. But the first kill will anyway speed secured by Kites. And next kill as well. It's a 1-for-1. It's like a 2-for-1. Now it's a 3-for-1. Assassinato double for Inori B, and is it the reverse sweep of Kites Esports? They're starting a triple kill here now for Inori B. 76 now. 3vTeam, but I think it's like honestly deserved. You just play so bad. And I think especially Dimitri, you know, last game on Pantheon he really was struggling so hard. But this game he's like finding finally angles, you know, he's not inting, finding the position where he has to be, using his ultimate crazy good. It's a crazy threat too, you know, consistently killing Varus, you know, in the fight. So Yeah, I think a big issue about this is like that Varus is just useless. Like, don't get me wrong, but Varus is useless. Like, he's completely throwing it. Like, the thing is, like, I understand it's like he's really threatened by the Wukong. The Dimitri is just running him down, you know? But, like, he cannot really do anything against it. Now we see again, this time, Dimitri is on the receiving end, but it doesn't matter. He gets out for now, and first kill is again secured for the side of Kites. Gato falls. They cannot kill Dimitri because he can just go into his clone and then it's useless, so... And now they're looking for Deepa. Alakos finds here Felcross, and with that Felcross also taken out, and this must be the Nash for the side of Kites Esports, and they're just getting ahead in this game here. And slowly but surely, 3vTeam, they're completely falling apart here. But I think, like, from the beginning of the game, I think they don't really look good in this one. I already thought Kites could maybe not find it. In the draft, I really doubted them. In the beginning, like with Challenge Q completely dominating top lane, I really doubted them. But now, Kites Esport, they show us why they are the ones that, you know, they rise to the occasions, you know? They only start winning if they need to win. If they really need to win, they start winning. And now with the back at the wall, they're in their comfort zone here. Finally taking a game lead here. It is not over though yet. But right now it's really hard here. Especially I think like... it is not just that Varus has like low damage build on the Varus. It is also that Core has like kinda low damage build. You know, Blackfire Torch? I don't know, bro. Like, Cosmic Drive? Huh? Bro, huh? Why are they cooking so hard? Just, like, you know? Just buy best build. Crazy. So, let's see. 3vTeam, they're like really struggling here to hold on. Nash is now used by Kites. Let's see what they can get with it. Let's see what they get with it. Ultimate here, dodged by Challenge Q with the Rocket Belt. But it also means he has no Rocket Belt to play offensively right now. Still looking here, nice double knock up. Immediately comboed with the ultimate, and this is easy kill here. Noribi is dying. Still Shock Up ultimate still available. No, he has used it. Now it's dying though anyways. Dayak is dying too though, and it looks like for a fight that 3vTeam will just win in the end. Dimitri is the only one alive and he can never kill them all. You see, Varus still deals no damage, by the way. It's kind of funny. Actually, they have no damage. It's so crazy, bro. And in the end, it doesn't matter with Noribi dead. It doesn't matter. Nice knockup from Shogafir immediately. Answered with Felcross also, you know, sending the ultimate in, and with that, it is just like that. 3vTeam is staying in the game and they're saying, yeah, okay, you dream of the reverse sweep, but we just win. I don't think they wanted to fight here, by the way. I think they just don't wanted to fight, but they didn't respect it. Like, the 3vTeam at the end of the day still have a lot of tools to just send it, you know? And on the purpose of sending IYBC, he's saying, my whole team died, make it 5, ace security. I mean, the teammates already respawned. But it makes it even worse here, because now, I'd say they still only have to play like, you know. Let's see. 3vTeam, they're immediately getting the position again, so... Yeah, but 3vTeam, they're immediately back to winning. It is crazy. Immediately equalizing the game, and I think like this is like, you know, I think in the end of the day, 3vTeam, they have the better comp. You know, I think 3vTeam, they just have the better comp. Yes, the Varus buys the wrong items. Yes, Ari also decided to buy no damage build, you know. Yes, they're handicapping themselves. But even with handicapping themselves, they still have the better comp, you know. And, you know, and they immediately make work of it, you know. The moment Kites played, you know, sloppy, 3vTeam just pulled the trigger and put themselves back into the game. So... Dimitri though, he does not want to give up here. Secures the first kill, and now Varus is the next one. That could be in danger. Misses his ultimate crucially here. And now it's a 4v5 for the side of 3vTeam. They have to get away of this. They should not just drop it. You know, the dragon is gone. It is a soul. I know it is hurting, but You know, Call's already dead. He has no teleport. You just have to drop it. Don't throw the game away. Oh, I'm losing my voice, sorry. Don't throw the game out of the window now just because you know, have lost one member. Really important that you're not spiraling down. Sugar is going in. He can feast. He can feast. He gets it! Oh my god! Challenge Q with the ultimate gets it and flashes out as well. Only Velcros will die in the end. I mean, Dimitri is looking for more. It's on Varus, but now he gets immediately comeback here in the fight and he will not survive this. Yeah, he survives it. Not survives it, but maybe IYBC still finds nothing. Varus ultimate is now coming. The damage is not there though, but nice steal here from Challenge Q. This hole would be really dangerous actually. Here would be really valuable soul too. And now 3vTeam, they have to look a bit, you know, like Kite theoretically, they have a man advantage now. They could like get the turret and shit. But wow, impressive from Challenge Q here. But Kite's now, they're immediately pushing more. Oh, if the charm hits it, this could have been important. But the turret will probably not fall before Challenge Q is respawning, so... Nice. Really crucial steal here from Challenge Q on the Shogath. And here we see it again. He just blast Kunz in, walks up, uses his C auto make with the... Oh! The knockup... It was really close though, honestly. Like, it's not... Like, he... Like... Holy shit. Holy shit. Zenna 106. Yeah, it like looks kind of funny when the Zenna is like out attacking out of turret range, you know? Varus ultimate is also really low cooldown, you know? But like, I don't know what Zenna range is, but like... wait, we can check this. She has 106, she's getting like 50... wait. She gets like... Wait, I have lost my mind. How does this work again? Maybe we can look Zenna later, because another team fight is blowing out. Gato is dashing forward, but he's not finding anyone. Now his ultimate finally used on Dimitri, but Dimitri is not dying yet. No, he's still killed though. In the end, he will die. Another kill secured, but the members are dropping really low. Hook is now secured, but he's dying. And they have to run away with it. Now Blast Call is used. It is still only a 2-for-2, but the HP bar is a lot lower for 3vTeam. And Zenna basically gets like every 20 stacks she gets 20 range, so basically with 100 stacks she has 100 more range. And then she also gets like the... Oh, it has to flash away though. And then also with Rapid Fire Cannon she gets even more range. So she has with Rapid Fire Cannon, she has enough range to shoot out of turret range. Without it, she has right now... Where's the range actually? 700 range, so this is quite a lot. Quite a lot of range here for Inoribi. He's 11-1-2. Like, look at his scoreline, bro. Crazy numbers here on the table. For this Zenna. Inoribi. And it's again Inoribi. Like, I think yesterday against... not yesterday. Last week against the STM Tigres, I think it was Inoribi that, like, at least in the Draven game, you know, he was completely just saying, I win. And then he won, you know? And this game, he's, like, doing again so much work here. But the game stays basically close, you know, he is, like, yes, he has a lot of range, yes, he's dealing a lot of damage, yes, he is really strong in the game, but it doesn't mean automatically winning. Now Challenge Q is on the menu, getting a lot of damage dropped on him, will be dying before he's feasting. I mean, he's feasting, but only on the support, doesn't matter. Dimitri also on the backline deals a lot of damage, and if that Tides Esports, they're just securing it. No one dies. And they're killing 4 members of the side of 3vTeam. And with that, they probably win this game too here. I don't think Core can defend it. You can see Inoribi's auto attack range is completely disgusting. He's dealing so much damage too here. 11, 1, 13. And with that, the turrets are on the menu. They will fall. No way that Core can defend it. And Kites, they are bouncing back into the series. It is not over yet for them. They are not giving up and they are fighting for another reverse sweep. Kites, they start winning when it matters and not 1 second earlier. GTVP. Great. I love to see this, you know, this is so much fun. They're just bouncing back here into the series on the crazy. But I think, like, honestly, like, 3vTeam, I think they had the draft, they had the comp to just win. But then they just made a lot of mistakes again and again and again. And, you know, there's the best phase where's it's like the early game, like the first 23, 24 minutes. This is like the phase where they are the strongest, and this is the phase where they made also like basically the most mistake. And put them in a really, really rough position. That means we will have another pause, we will have another waiting, you know? So GGVP. GGVP. I will go into pause 2. I need to go toilet. I need to grab some water again. And we will see us soon here into the next game. We have a series. We have a series. Be right back.
Botana, botanea, con botanera. Botana, botanea, con botanera. Botana, botanea, con botanera.
Yeti, vos veías cositas, vos lo venías diciendo, ellos habían tenido una serie exactamente igual y lo habían logrado dar vuelta. ¿Será este acaso el regreso del hombre?
Hello, I have returned.
Que realmente lo que aparte terminaban haciendo varios
I have returned. And I'm like, crazy, you know, we have a series.
intocable la muchacha Yeti.
And I think, like, you know, again, I think 3vTeam, like, you know, look, they start so aggressively, you know, getting the first blood, but then they kind of just make their own mistakes and shovel their own grave, I wanna say, honestly. But it's a bit sad, honestly. I really would hope that, like, it really looked like they had every tool in the world to win this game, but in the end they just couldn't, you know. They just fumbled themselves, and here you can see, you know, like, it's like if they're sending it really on the same target, you know, they're just dying, the people that they're hitting. But it is always like moments like here again, like Gato already dead, you know, overplayed again. Like this was also so clutch from Challenge Q here. Gave some hope for 3vTeam again. But in the end, this will not be enough. Here also Dimitri, like, you know, he nearly gets a kill, but in the end, bam, doesn't matter, is dead. Like also Varus, you know, surviving just with 1 HP. But then again, here, I think like Challenge Q just steps up, gets immediately blown out. Dimitri can just run to the backline, you know, and like on the other side, like, you know, I don't know, like, for how helpless Kites looked like in the first 2 games, late game, I think this game, I think 3vTeam like really didn't found anything, found any leverage, you know. One second.
Pero prácticamente fue el único, entonces no diría que fue un tema de composición, sino más bien de que Kids se pudo jugar a un nivel que no lo había manifestado hasta el momento.
No era la composición, era la ejecución, decía Yeti por acá. Fuertes declaraciones en este sector de análisis, pero de todas maneras igual bastante correcto.
That being said, yeah, we have to see, you know. It's very interesting to see now, because like, again, I do think 3vTeam could have won this game. They had, I think, the draft to win this game. They just, you know, made a lot of mistakes. And this could, like, shift the momentum already into Kite's favor. Because, yes, theoretically, 3vTeam is still on the match point. But, like, how sloppy they played this game, you know? Maybe they're, like, you know, getting pressured now. You know, they be getting the MVP here. And you're like, what you gonna see, you know? Like, 11-1-3. Wow. What is it for a scoreline? The scoreline is crazy, by the way. Like, he also played so good, you know. So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm really surprised, you know, but I also think, like, you know, for him it's like a low-hanging fruit, you know, like, with how crazy bad a lot of the attempts from 3vTeam where, you know, I think, like, you know, he just had to stay far away and right-click, and he did, you know, it worked out. Good for him. Still, I mean, like, I think, like, 3vTeam had better attempts than one, you know? More of their situations where they played were better than, like, so they definitely had to find some ways where they were good. And with that being said, we're going into the draft here. 3vTeam still on the match point, by the way. And the teams have not changed. They have not changed a singular player. We're going in game 4, and my suspicion that Raf might be playing is not happening. And again, 3 mages are banned here on the side of Kites. They're taking them out. Easy peasy. 3vTeam also taking the Syndra out now themselves. What makes it, like, kind of interesting. What will Varus play next? And I think on this Varus, he, like, kind of looked not good. I want to say it. Like, it's not like just, like, he missed a lot of crucial abilities. He built the wrong build. You know, he looked really bad, honestly. On Varus. And, you know, I'm not gonna say that I would rather see Ruff right now in the draft here with us, but I mean, Corki is still open. He had played final Corki, so you know that's something that he could still play. Despite that Kite's picking an Aurora first here, it's a really unusual first pick. With considering how many mid lane AP champions are already out, I kinda see it, you know. Definitely makes sense. On the other side, we see a Camille now picked. A champion that Adler can probably not play, by the way. And Mel. This is like the old school combination here. And that's probably also the reason why Varus is still in there. And that makes 3vTeam, like, again, they have already put themselves ahead in draft here. I wanna say. Kites. Yes, I don't hate the Aurora. It's not that I hate the Aurora, but the bot lane of 3vTeam is already, like, this is in, like, basically, this is like an S tier bot lane that they have right now. I don't think Camille is necessarily S tier champion, but with Camille, definitely. On the other side, they're deciding for a Sivir now here for Kites. I think Sivir is a perfect champion as an answer for Mel because you can push the wave early really hard. You can push yourself, what makes it really good to play. Let's see what else will be secured here. They could answer support here. A lot of good supports are already out. Honestly, but even is there as a melee support as an answer? Nothing really, no? I mean, Rakan, yeah, okay, but Rakan is like not that crazy good in a Camille, I think. It's not that bad either, but like from the really good answers like Leona, Shen, and stuff like this, they're all already gone, you know, so it's a bit suboptimal. That doesn't mean that Kites cannot cook here, you know, the teamfight already looking quite scary. And 3vTeam already had last game like a combination of champions that were really good in early mid game, really good at like rotation, catching, picking off guard opponents, and that they could really make it work. Now blind pick or Ambessa is definitely, first of all, it's a champion that the challenge is definitely comfortable on it, and it's also a strong blind pick. If you think there are some counters still open that you really don't want to face right now, then you can just take them out here. Kindred ban is a bit unsuspected, I wanna say. I know there are a lot of junglers already out, you know, but I think before we see like I mean Kindred, you know, it's not that I say, oh, Kindred bad champion, don't get me wrong. I mean, maybe they want to pick jungle on they probably want to pick jungle on 4, and then they, I mean, they have guard, so they don't have to. So Kindred is banned anyways. On the other side, Silas is banned. Very understandable, a lot of good Silas ultimates already secured. Let's see what 3vTeam is also taking away here. Kind of depending a bit what role they want to last pick and what they want to blind pick. It's my opinion here. I mean, yeah. I mean, they could still counter pick mid lane, you know? It's like kind of fine. Skada now taking out as well. More junglers leaving the field here. Xinjiao is still open, by the way. So I would not be surprised if 3vTeam just slams the Xinjiao here, even though I think Gato could make work of other champions too. Vayne now banned as well. That kinda screams that Core might be picking a better mid lane, by the way. And they're banning Vayne for challenge queue again. Let's see what they're picking though. Again, like Xinjiao still open would be kinda good, but I don't think, like, you know, you don't have to pick Xinjiao. You know, if you don't pick Xinjiao, I wouldn't hate you. You know, there are a lot of good champions open that you could play as. Ooh, Azir. Azir pick. That gives Gato the last pick, you know, kinda interesting to see. Gato obviously crazy carry jungler, so he definitely can find stuff that could be crazy here. The question is now, what is Kites picking, you know? You know, they'd be hovering a lot of crazy junglers. Nasus is the first jungler that I think is believable as a pick here. Shyvana also could be fine. Silas is out. Silas is a big answer into Shyvana, so definitely makes sense here now. Shyvana picked. Is a strong champion. Fits also really good into the comp that Kites already have drafted. So I'm a big fan here. Now they have to pick top lane. They don't have to pick blind, you know, they can answer. I'm not sure if On is a good answer into Ambessa, but I could, like, you know, I could pick On here. Rumble too, but I'm not a big Rumble fan. Because there's already so much AV damage there, and your setup is also not the best, you know? So, not the hugest Rumble fan here, but definitely makes sense. Should I also work kinda into the Ambessa? What? Ooh, true, they're thinking that that Ambessa is jungle. Never mind. Now I see the vision. finally understand. Kites already understood that, by the way, but I did not. That seem. They may be just deciding for Trundle here. Trundle is obviously like just a normal ass jungler that is really good. In the meta right now, he's like strong champion. You don't like, you know, maybe you're thinking like, yeah, but there are not really any champions that you are that you're killing here for the side of Trundle. Like, you know, your ultimate, you know, you're like, you know, you're dealing like the magic damage, max health shit, and then you're also stealing, you know, armor and magic resistance, and you're thinking like, yeah, but there's no one really building a lot of max HP. There's no one really building a lot of resistances. But I also think it's wrong, honestly. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. Because like there is one champion that really likes to stack resistances and HP, and it's Shyvana. So Trundle may be potentially a good answer into Shyvana actually. The more I think about it, because like Shyvana usually you go like you know, in competitive, you usually go Bruiser Shyvana, where you go like Trinity Force into something like Thunder Sky, and then you go like Yaksho. So you have like 3 items that giving you a lot of HP. So the HP, max HP damage is big. Then you get like Yaksho and your passive, you know, so you get like a lot of resistance too that Trundle then can steal. So I think honestly, the more I think about, the more I like this Trundle pick here. In a totality, though, I think like I like Kite's draft a tiny bit more because they have again, like Kites, they have again decided to pick more coherent champions, champions that really fit well together. While on the other side, I must say, I think this is obviously not hating, you know, but I really do think that the 3vTeam roster, they have some champions that work together, but some champions like it's a bit of not too coherent. And I think, like, considering how they played last game, that might be a bit of an issue. Though I think last game they had a really coherent draft, and then they couldn't win. And the games before they hadn't more, you know, Kites had the more coherent draft, and 3vTeam wins, you know. So maybe just having the more coherent draft, of my opinion, is bad. Maybe my opinion is just bad, you know. Have you ever thought about it? That I'm just, like, stupid? Like, this could be definitely, like, the play. I just have no clue, guys. That being said, we have to wait a bit more before we go into the game. And sooner than later, we are sending it here into the 4th game. In the 4th game, yeah. And it's Kites Esports that bouncing back here. They were at the brink of elimination and they come back into the game. 3vTeam here. They're back in the game. They want to win, obviously, still. They have not changed any players yet. No roster changes, even though Kakahuten theoretically, you know, Marquia and Rafa still there. Now we see 3vTeam, they're going for an invade here. But it's just Kites roster is already there. Gato immediately will die. Primera Sangre is secured for Dayek and he will not even lose anything on top lane. 400 gold into the lead here, like for Dayek, and this is rough. Good play from Kites, you know. Like just really strong. Kites securing here the first blood, and this could be honestly mental. You know, for the mental of 3vTeam, this could be really hurting. Obviously, you know, game is not over. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, who cares? You know, happens, whatever. In Germany, we would say Schwamm drüber. But you know, already going in game, like, you know, just dying. Let's see. If you go game 5, I want to see another Draven. I honestly thought about this too, but like I'm pretty sure if we going in game 5, 3vTeam will ban Draven. Just out of respect of what happened last time. The 3rd game was happening. 5th game was happening. I think it's a bit same for, how do I say, like Malvinas Gaming was against Mace Gaming. They also go to all 5 games. And like the mid laner of Malvinas is a really, really old head. This was really old guy. And he was like one of the best Latam players on Asia. And in game 5, they just banned Asia. knowing that probably game 5 he will just pick Asia and just stomp. And I think like probably if we go into game 5, 3vTeam pretty sure will ban Draven as well. That being said here, to get into this game they have to reach it first. 3vTeam, they're still looking for aggression here. Felkros is now on the map. Also Dimitri gets attacked here. Gato and Felkros, they're again looking for an invade, but maybe too bad here again. Oh, huge miss from IYBC. He's missing his ability though. This could be all they needed because Gato's not dying now and IYBC has to flash out. But if IYBC is hitting his ability on Gato, then like Gato just dies there. And honestly, like even though now the play works out for 3vTeam, it was kind of a burger flip. Honestly, this was the biggest burger flip I have ever seen. Oh wait, never mind. IYBC is without flash teleporting in here, but Gato is there. Pillar is now used. Yes, he can still dash out of it if Felkros hits it. Felkros hits it. Oh my god, IYBC, he's completely struggling here, losing his shit, losing his flash and teleporting too far in mid, and immediately gets punished here. And like I think like I have read a comment while last game when like when 3vTeam, like, you know, when they came back into the game, killed like 4 people, and then IYBC just walked up and died as well, even though there was no reason for it. And then someone said in chat that it's like kind of egoing here, and I think like 3vTeam, you know, and IYBC here again, kind of falling for his own ego here, wants to get maximum position. Gato though is dropping so low, teleport is now used. It is too slow though in the end. Var is finally reaching here, but first kill already secured for the side of Heights. It's a 1-for-1 now, but considering that Mel teleported, it is like, you know, it is a bit rough because like Sivir, you know, the Mel loses at least one complete wave plating to Sivir, and so like, you know, this TP is like pricey from Varus. I'm not a huge fan of it actually. Considering that Sivir should already have lane priority anyways with her abilities, with her W, you know, being very good. Now we see IYBC has just stand there. Has not to drop anything yet, but bro, the level 1 was crazy. The level 1 Trundle just walked into enemy jungle with like support, and then they died. they just invaded into a bush where 3 people were standing, and then Gato just died. It's kind of funny. First dragon is now spawned. We will see who can do it. We don't have the necessarily the craziest dragon damage. Shyvana also used to be a champion that got like armor and magic resistance from dragons, but she does not get it. I mean, she still gets it, but not just from dragons. She gets it from everything, so the dragon is not really important anymore. So to see how much the priority will be. Also, Shyvana is like not really that strong without ultimate. Mid lane prior now secured. Going in here. Look, finds an ultimate, but IYBC is quick with it. Gets away before more worse stuff happens. And with that, like Core losing a lot of HP, you know, the mid lane situationship is not that great anymore for the side of 3vTeam. Because IYBC, you know, the tower dive and Core going in, not finding him, you know. Position is still not that great. Still, 3vTeam theoretically has an Asia ultimate, but Gato just goes topside with that. Dimitri should secure this dragon here for his team. They have bot prior, so it should be free. Even though Asia is prior with jungle not being there, it kind of doesn't matter. Now they could like make it a bit hard here for the side of Heights to enter lane back again, but there are no minions, so it doesn't really matter. Sivir ultimate is used now. Not really getting anything, but it's also like, you know, I mean, maybe they're fighting now. Adler looking deep, but doesn't get anything. We know they'd be using ultimate a bit random here, but it is probably a cooldown that cannot be punished anyways, and they're also not really finding lethals in this lane anyways, so it's like not the end of the world. On the top side though, we see a play on Dayek here. He has flash, maybe he has to use it. I mean, we don't see it, but now we see. Gets away with it. Had to flash though. Flash is used. Yeah, I mean, it looked like they want to run at them, but then maybe they, you know, just didn't. In the end, it's not that bad. You know, Sivir ultimate already like 33% of it are back, you know, so the cooldown is not that long. Dimitri looks here into the enemy jungle, doesn't find anything. He has level 6 now. It will be interesting to see how he uses it. The Shyvana on the ultimate form is really strong. They're looking at challenge Q here. Ultimate is used here. Equalizer as well. But challenge Q is just too mobile. They cannot really get him here. And really don't like this window too much. I mean, Daik at least, you know, he gets priority now and like challenge Q. But challenge Q should take this wave. He loses 1 minion. So at least 1 minion lost. If that is not everything, then I don't know. He still has to reset soon and he has no turret, so if he's not losing on this wave, he will lose on next wave, so it's a cannon wave though, so it's a bit better for him. As a reset. The grabs are spawning now. Not the most important objective again. But 3vTeam anyways is on it. Gato's also like, it's not like Gato could do anything else, you know, he has all those camps done, you know, so he just takes it. With Asi together, you know, they have quite a lot of DPS here for it. Game stays a bit interesting though, because no one is really getting ahead for now. And new trades are getting traded. So let's see. First item should be soonish coming in. You know, it will take a long time, but we will see like first items will be soon in. Those spikes could be really important in this game. Like, especially like with champions like Camille, you know, like Ambessa, Trundle, you know, you have a lot of catch potential, like very aggressively. So that will be important. On the other side, like, you know, Shyvana as well, you know. Shyvana with like Triforce just ulting in, you know, is like such a big threat, you know, so. Gato is not buying anything, right? But he has then cancelled his reset, I think. So. Slight gold lead for kites doesn't really matter right now, though. Nothing major is secured yet. Still a lot on Dimitri here. And Daik. On the other side, though, Core is also having a slight lead here. He has like a lot of CS lead, actually. In the mid lane. Kinda has a lot of control in this lane. Using this Ambessa, no, my god, best, sorry. The Aurora first break here gets kind of abused in the mid lane, so it's good to see. Now Daik, this time he has no flash. Equalizer is now used, but I don't think it will help him. His resistances are reduced. Challenge is still dropping a lot of HP now. Dimitri is coming in. Daik, 1 HP! My stream is freezing! No! Oh, but he gets away! He gets away! Daik is surviving. Dimitri just saves him, and he could play aggressive on the Ambessa too. But in the end, he decides to keep a bit tame. Yeah. It's 3vTeam. They're looking for an aggressive play, but cannot connect it. And I don't want to jinx kites, you know, but it kind of feels like they're finding their way to this game. And maybe make it to the silver scrapes here again. Really, really hyped to see. Obviously, Varus on the bot lane is getting attacked here. This invulnerability already out of it. Gato is now there, but it's not like really they can fight back. You know, Gato can just make sure that they don't run into it here and kill Varus. No real counterplay is there, but that's enough. You not always need a counterplay. Sometimes, you know, your counterplay is just, you know, making your AD carry not die. So let's see. Position is still safe. We see Inori B is like pushing always first. There's like a slight CS lead, but it's not the end of the world either. Only slightly. Still Gato's playing around this bot lane. I don't think they can get anything yet. The Dragon is up, so they will use his priority probably to play it. Dimitri is though in ult. Fury is immediately ulting on Gato though. There's no shot, giving him no second to react. Immediately a burn here for Kites. And Felkos also has to leave here, but there's no shot. He is surviving. Dimitri secures another one. And Varus has now to leave and the Dragon will be falling. And Kites, Esports, they're actually finding their way here into the series. They're just playing better than 3vTeam. I think again another position where 3vTeam, they had no business being. In the end, they face checked and gets punished. Yeah, I think like I agree, you know, Gato is just face checking into the Shyvana, like no reason for it too. You know, he just gets pushed out and like punished. It's kinda crazy. We see though he maybe did far too deep. It's just taken out. Core takes one back. Yes, he used his flash, but so did IYBC. And Core secures a kill here on the mid lane already. Has his first item secured, so was probably in a better position anyways. A bit crazy that IYBC looked for it. And Core is like, again, a strong contender here. For winning this, like, you know, for carrying his team. A better ultimate used, but missed. And anyways, there's a, you know, a support there, and Vel'Koz with that just has to be left alone and died here because he just got catched by Adler. That was there as well. And now Change needs to be a bit careful here. He could be victim of far more aggression. But should be fine. Gets away. Let's teleport too. So not the end of the world. Let's see. Kato is walking up top lane, but there's a vision here, so Dai should not be in any position where he gets too close. There's also an ultimate for Challenge Q, so they don't really have any ways to really get close to him. Challenge Q fights him back though. You can see this Ambassador actually, like, you know, it's not that bad against Rumble by any means, you know, you can always play. It's kind of fine. Because like Ambassador is just such a good laner, you know, she has like all this trading potential, all the power that she needs. Like with the shielding, you know, with the clips, her own shield and shit. Denies a lot of damage of Rumble, so she can usually trade back in those situations. Regardless of that, the game, you know, we're having a bit of a mid lane priority battle here, both supports supporting their AD carries while they fight around the mid priority. In 1 minute, Harald will be up. I think Harald will be big point of contention. I do think that 3vTeam right now, you know, they are a bit on the weaker side. But like, honestly, maybe not actually, because like considering like that IYBC still has no item, they could bolster an advantage. Wait, now they have more items. Though I think Dimitri is like ages stronger than Gato, you know? What makes it really hard to play here. Also, you know, they'd be cancelling a reset here. That would have probably been crucial to play around this Harald. Because, like, now Vel'Koz, like, you know, he's very delayed. He's actually still not resetting. He has no wards either. Besides one pink ward, so... Theoretically, if kites want to, they can, like, immediately go to it and, like, do it on spawn. But it doesn't even look like they want to, even though they have a great position for it. They can play it slow though. I think they're in a very good position to play it slow. You know, just secure vision, stay up at Adlercast. He's maybe too deep here. Not just maybe uses his ultimate now, but he can get away actually. It's kind of crazy, that illegal that he gets away with it. I mean, not yet. Now the Shyvana is going in, but she's kind of 1v3. You know, even 1v3, she's doing a lot here. Now the team is finally catching up. Varus gets the kill here, but IYBC is getting a kill in return here. Core is still looking for him. Both mid laners have TP'd, but then in the end, IYBC gets the longer end of it, and they're chasing Gato down too. And with that being said, definitely another trade that Kites wins. Didn't even look too bad here, but then, you know, they just overcommitted again, I think, 3vTeam. The initial wasn't that bad. But they just stretched too far their numbers, you know. I mean, you know, if they, like, you know, I honestly want to say if they play a bit hands better the fight, you know, if they have more hands, you know, more mechanics, play just a bit cleaner, I think they could have won that fight, actually. Regardless of that. They have lost, putting them a bit more behind here. Step by step, Kites takes over this game, takes the lead, and pushes in. We have now the next dragon is also spawning in like 40 seconds, so there will be probably, you know, there will probably be a back and forth. They traded, I mean. Sleep well, OmniTV. I hope you have a great night. Thank you for watching. Now let's see. 3vTeam, they're playing more around Dragon. I mean, it's understandable. You know, it would be the soul point for Kites if they get it. So now we see also Adlercast again. He gets a bit hit, but like kinda doesn't care too much about it. Honestly, only lost a little bit of HP. Kinda shows you how weak Gato right now is. Also has like a quite weak item build. The slow was clutch, but in the end it's not enough here. Gato probably will die. His ultimate secures a bit more time here, but he's still in a rough position. to continue to play here. The HP bars are just much better for Kites here, but could secure him the dragon. On the other side, Cordo here is dealing a lot of DPS here. Gato getting a bit of HP back from this camp. Eventually. But I still think for 3vTeam, this is not the best time. This is not the fight that they're searching for. Oh, the RT ultimate is clutched though. Let's see if they can do more. The DPS is coming in. First kill is secured. The kill's going in. Core is just completely 1v9ing this fight. And now... Oh, but Dimitri... Oh, the ultimate was cancelled. Now Dimitri could go in. And Iwabis is also just killing Gato off. He's so useless, honestly. It's a bit unfortunate. But the fight in the end, it was not that easy. Still fights get better out of it. But I think especially Core here did a lot. No, never mind, Core died here. Aye. It is an ace for the side of Kites here. And with that, the gold lead that they're just shrinking a bit with this fight, getting shutdowns immediately is back where it was before. And worse, because the gold is actually a bit bigger now with this turret falling. And also a soul point is secured here for Kites. So next dragon is really, really important. And for 3vTeam, they cannot allow themselves to not contest it, I think. Especially against like champions like Sivir, you know. It is just so easy to proc this XX soul, you know, to like really, really annoy you. Because like you're getting like hit by all this AoE slows. The AoE slows, like, they're so annoying. The damage is kind of not that crazy of a deal, but the AoE slowing, it makes it so much harder to play. Especially especially for players like Gato. You know, Gato, all the thing he can do is walk. And even at that, he kind of sucks. It's like, look at his item build too. You know what? Bro is so cooked here. Iceborne Gauntlet into immediately going into, like, I think it kind of looks like, it doesn't has to be, but it kind of looks like he's going Randuin's now, what obviously makes crit damage a bit less. But the only person that crits is Sivir, so only really good against Sivir damage. I mean, Sivir is probably also the one that deals the most damage to him, but I think like you know, IYBC is also like getting good into the game sooner than later, you know. So I'm not sure if this over reliance on armor will do him any favor. I need to drink a bit. Wait. And while I was drinking, Gato immediately found his end on... Inoribi actually dies here. Wait. This is good. 3vTeam can bounce back now. The Shibata ultimate is finally finding winning value. Challenge Q will be killed, but only by Adler. Teleport is coming in. It is Core. He's ulting, but he's so low. Again, Core is just ulting in and dies. It is not the first time that this happens. Oh no. And with that Kites, it looked good for 3vTeam in the beginning, especially with Inoribi dying, but then they just overcommit. Like, I don't know, like, Adler is just teleporting in Core, like, it's like damn with 1 HP. Yes, he gets his ult off and then he's dead, bro. I don't know. And with that Kite securing the next Nash, and this kinda, you know, this game is already now, like, you know, now this game is like really rough, yeah. Like the gold lead at this minute of the game, the instant Nash, you know. This might just be a game that Kites takes over really quickly. It wouldn't be that crazy. Wow. I'm honestly surprised. But I think, like, also, again, it's like a lot of 3vTeam, you know, doing mistakes. You know, I see especially Gato, a player that usually is praised for his carry potential here. Being honestly kind of the reason why his team is so far behind. Or, like, why it's so hard to play. Because this Trundle is, like, you know... Like, I think it is also, like, Trundle has only those two staged, you know, there's two phases. Either he's like completely Goomba stomping you know, he's just running you down and kills you, whatever. Or he's like completely useless. Like really no good thing to say, you know, and this game, you know, God is definitely more of the useless ones. Kites, they're kind of finding a flank on this 3vTeam roster. Let's see, the engage here is found, but I don't think if, like, Dimitri is, like, the best target here, because you cannot really kill him. Felkos the first one to die. Gato also cannot put any damage. Finally, he's dying. Core finds it, looks for the next one on Adler, cannot secure it, though. So, with that being said, it's a 1-for-1 trade, though I would say that the kill on Dimitri is, like, far better here. Now, Shenchku is going forward, but cannot get enough of it. Nice pillar here. Gato is going forward. The equalizer hits perfectly here and disables the fight here completely, but in the end, LRB just steps up too far forward and gets slain here. And with that, 3vTeam, they're finding a way back into this game. It's kind of unbelievable. With the Nash buff even. They're finding a way back into the game, and I think, like, you know, Core, you props to him, played really well here. Game is not over though, you know, like, it's not like 3vTeam got back ahead or anything, you know. They obviously make the Nash play negatively, and this looks kind of funny, you know, but, like, it is not the end of the world for the side of Kites, and they still have potential now, you know. Iris is going in here, but stays alive though, no big deal. Let's see. String spawned now though, it is the soul. But IYBC here is the first one to be in danger, but you see Gato is just not having it. He's like, if he would be not completely useless, he would be actually threatening IYBC. But with that being said, Kites, you know, they lost the last situation, but the soul is definitely theirs. There's nothing 3vTeam can do. They tried, you know, but Channel is just too weak to do it on his own. They would have needed a carry in their back, but they didn't have them. And now the soul is in the hands of this Kites roster. A pretty big deal here, honestly, because, like, there are a lot of, like the AoE slow can, like, really makes it hard for you, because, like, they're champion on Kites roster that can run you down, like the Shyvana, or like the Siva, and like the, like, Rakan, for example. Those are, like, perfect examples of champions that can run you down. And I think, like, you know, the soul is just making it so much more easy here. 3vTeam, Felkos again stepping too far forward, I would say. They're still fighting Change, doing a lot. Calls in the flank here, finds an ultimate again, not that bad, but the only target that stays in position is Adler, because IYBC just flashes out. Adler is now dead now, and the fight is still going. Cordo is now dead here, and with that, Inori is still fighting, drops as well, but has already done all the damage he needs, and with that, Varus is the only one surviving. He has to run for his life. He's actually run for his life. Ultimate is now used, gets a kill. Looking for the Shyvana too, but Dimitri is just too tanky. There's nothing to be done. He stays alive, secures the kill. And 3vTeam, they're having a lot better, they're playing this a lot better than they should be. But I think it's also an issue that, like, Dimitri is ulting, you know, and then, like, his ultimate is running out, and then they're still fighting, you know. Kinda overstayed their timer here for Kites, you know, but in the end it doesn't matter, they still win the situation overall, you know, so. Oh, so close. I'm not even sure if Felkos, you know. I think Dimitri just turns around and kills him. And actually, you see, the Shyvana has decided to buy, how do you say? To buy Death Sense too, so she has, like, a lot of resistances now that Gato, you know, can bounce back here on, but he's going full tank Trundle. You can see it, he's kind of useless, not really dealing anything to the jungle camps already, so he's really just the support champion, basically. There's no threat at all on himself. And we will have to see if that will be enough for the side of 3vTeam. Now Shyvana is ulting in again, but misses here. Crucially, Felkos still needs to flash away, but that will probably not be enough. The slows of this Hextech Soul are enough with the Equalizer combined to end Felkos again. What gives them a better position for the Nash. There are some things to mention here, though. Dimitri has, again, right now, no Fury because of it. But Science is already level 16. He's kind of quickly at gaining that. So, but he has no Fury right now. So, like, it's not like they get Felcross and then can immediately do Nash, probably. Because just, you know, Shyvana is not in position to do it. So they kind of have to wait anyway, so Falcons will be back again. Importantly enough here, Teleport of Challenge Q is already used. They want to play deep here. They have right now a tempo advantage. It could be enough to get the mid lane to it, but you can see, you know, the silver wave clear is just illegal, you know, with that. The position stays the same here. And like, especially the Hextech Soul makes so much work here. The AoE is slow. I know I have said it a lot here, and Gato stays really far forward, but he can allow it for now because he is so tanky. And he also makes Dimitri a lot more vulnerable, but in the end, Dimitri will not be taken out here. I mean, he is dead here now, but at what cost is the question. Varus here flashes away, still alive. Uses his ultimate, not getting anything yet, though. Was actually relatively close, the Aurora nearly died. But with that being said, it is like a 3-4-1 in the Nash now. Again, it's like Shyvana is dead, you know, so, Kite's a bit, you know, but like, it's not like Gato is doing anything. But I think this Nash could be still a bit too greedy here. They're losing a lot of HP, but you can see that the members of 3vTeam, they're not really looking to contest it anyways. But I think they could have theoretically if they would, you know, feel confident in the position. But I can understand that they don't feel confident in the position here because they're like kind of 5k gold behind, you know, so it's not that easy. And with that, another Nash goes into the pockets of Kites here. They are far ahead. Especially in things on the map here with the Dragon Soul and the Nash now. It also gives them like, even if you're not like, you know, even if you're, you know, I think they are possible, you know, they can push, but even if they couldn't siege the turrets at the base, Kites, they could also use this Nash to just get better position for the Infernal, not Infernal, for the Elder Dragon, so. But with Silver, you know, they definitely have a position to push, you know, you can see it. The AoE auto attack's kinda annoying, easily clearing the wave. Turret is now gone and they're looking for more in the mid lane here. Varus damage is not bad here on the Mel, 4 items for him. It's also kinda having a hella punch. But I think like one of the biggest issue with Mel is like that she's a very slow champion. Her abilities are also really slow, and with something like a silver ultimate, it's like really hard. Now the pillar is used. Inoribi, he gets hit by the ultimate of Ambessa, but it gets immediately just cancelled and 2 kills into the back of Kites. They don't even have to sweat for it. Inoribi only have to press E for it, and now they're running over with the ultimate. Core has to get away with it. His passive is used, but will be taken out immediately. And now like Kites, I could look for a finish here, but it still deals a lot of damage though. But it wasn't it. Gato and Challenge Q, kinda the desperation spoke out of it. Seems like that Kites does not want to push deeper here. They could have done, but I think they just want to secure Elder Dragon. I mean, it's understandable, you know. Right now, Gato is dead, so there's no way in the world that 3vTeam can contest this. And they still, you know, technically they don't need to reset right now. They could just try to push one more Elder Dragon push and Nash push with both objectives. They could just, you know, if they find them once, you know, they can immediately ace them here. This is like really, really, really dangerous right now. We have teleport for IYBC. It could come to them. But so far it seems like 3vTeam did, but they still like so many, like 40 seconds still left on the Nash. There is enough time to push in the base really deep here, especially with the Elder Dragon. Ultimate of Ambessa is now used, but I think like, you know, Challenge Q just immediately dying. Dimitri now flying in. The Equalizer also crazy. And with that, the kills will come. The game will be over. Core is now dead too. They're just aced like that. Quick and easy. No sweat broken in. Kites, they're finding their way to the silver scrapes. Unbelievable here. The first 2 games, the people have doubted them. They have said something like, yeah, last week Kites looked so much better when they started their reverse. No way they will do it. And in the end, they will do it. Reverse sweep angle for Kites Esport again here. Bringing the series to an equalize on a 2-2 score. And we are going into not just something. We're going into the silver scrapes. Isn't that banger? This is so banger, no? That being said, I'm preparing it. I go to toilet. We have silver. I mean, I want to hear them too. Okay, I make silvers and go quick. And be right back 1 second, then we have silver spams. I need to the toilet, sorry.
Botana, botanea con botanera. Botana, botanea con botanera. Botana, botanea con botanera.
That being said, I have returned and we're going immediately into draft. Who cares about my analysis about the game? The last game that happened, and who cares about my predictions for the last game? Because we're into a best of 5. Last game is on the line. No changes here, and neither of those rosters, even though both teams were are like kinda known to have roster changes mid-series, but they decided against it. They're sticking with the whole 5-man roster they started with till the end. And let's see. And it's like, I have seen someone in chat, I have forgotten who, said, yeah, if like game 5, Draven, he's gone. He's gone afterwards, you know, after what happened once, you know, I think it will be a while until INODB gets a Draven in the game 5 open again. After last week's crazy performance, we see again, like 3 Meiji champions are banned against Varus again. That, yeah, doesn't look too confident on the A case, honestly. So, with a lot of the mages banned now. Nafiri open, she was like banned basically every game before, and now she's taken in the hands of Dimitri. Potentially Flex pick, but like really only a jungler, so it's fine. On the other side, let's see how 3vTeam answers this. Like, it is a bit hard to keep, like, track, you know, because there were so many champions back. Karim! Bro, Gato, I respect you. Look at him. Do it. Holy shit. Is it picked? Is it picked? It's picked. Holy shit. Gato immediately, like, picks in the Hecarim here. One of his specialty picks. I think it's, crazy to see here, you know. Especially against like someone like Dimitri, but with their backs against the wall, Gato says, give it to me, I will carry. Especially crazy to consider like after last game, where Gato was really looking rough on the Trundle. If I think about Gato, I don't think about those champions. I don't think about like champions like Trundle in the first place. So definitely happy to see him here, confidently walking into a Hecarim answer into the Naafiri. Brown now picked as well. I think Brown blind pick is always a bit rough. You know, a Brown blind pick is like relatively easy to counter. You know what you're getting in lane, you know. So for kites, it should be an easy time to get a winning lane. There's also like no crazy pairing with the Braum anymore open. You know, you could pick something like Ashe or something, but it's kind of boring, you know. I don't think it's a strong lane. So let's see. Maokai is now picked. Probably as support again. There's like some flex potential here for kites, but Cast is just disappearing. It's fine. Never mind. We're back. Let's see. This confused me for a moment. They could already pick AD carry, you know, because there are like so many bot laners already out of the table, you know, so you maybe want to securing anything, but IYBC just says, no, fuck it, I pick LeBlanc here blind, by the way. Really interesting here. I think there are a lot of ballsy picks here dropping right now on the table, like the Hecarim, like the LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc Naafiri, you know, it is like a big threat here already for the 3vTeam mid laner core. The core has like really carried kind of the games that, and like also last game on the Asi, I think core was like the redeeming factor. Like, I mean, there was this one team fight where he just teleported in and with 200 HP and died, but besides that, really strong. Now Kale secured here, usually a champ that was always banned in the second rotation, something that is a challenge queue is known for. He has not just picked it in game 5 Fearless, he has also picked it earlier in mid lane and top lane, so he's really known for this Kale. Let's see how he will do on it, though. Technically, again, this Kale could be mid lane, but I would really doubt that. I think it goes into the hands of challenge queue, no matter what. Let's see what else gets banned here. Jax gets banned probably as an answer to the Kale. Again, there's still AD carries open. AD carries are still on the menu. Technically, it could be Naafiri AD carry. Strange has played it in the CBLOL, and he has won with it. And the only series Leviathan has won so far, and the only games that Leviathan has won so far, their winning streak, or like not winning streak, they only won 2 games, you know, but the first game they won, they did win with a Naafiri AD carry. And with considering how many AD carries are already gone, I actually think if Hinoribi can play it, it would be actually good. Like a Naafiri AD carry, unironically, would be crazy. Ezreal was still open, bro, what? How was Ezreal open and not picked? That's they pick Braum over Ezreal? Oh, that's kinda crazy. Kayle now taken out as well. Not a strong AD carry that was still open. Same for Corki. The AD carries are going, and now it will be interesting to see what Varus is bringing to the table, because like he is role swapped basically to the AD carry position, and I think a big reason why he is role swapped to the AD carry position is because he can play all the mages, and mages are meta anyways. But considering that like 12 million mages are already out of the table, not sure but how comfortable he is on AD carries, but he must be comfortable enough, because I think 3vTeam, they could have put Ruff in the position here of this last game, but they haven't. So Guardian South secured in the mid lane. It's a classic matchup against the LeBlanc. Bard is also still open. Smolder now secured here for Inoribi, probably. It's an AD carry that we haven't seen in a long while, but in a game 5, this might just be what you need. Because if the game goes long, then you have a really good win condition. Just a smaller damage with like Q and stacks and shit. And Q and stacks and shit, you know, is locked again, because there's also a Nasus. And I just want to say to you, by the way, Nasus top lane is really strong right now. Like, it is unbelievably strong, honestly. in solo queue. It got nerfed for jungle but buffed for top lane, so I think now it's actually not a crazy champion, you know? We have seen it in jungle a lot, honestly, but then it got nerfed. But buffed for top lane, you know? So interesting to see what will be the answer here. Tristana. Oh. I have no idea, like, who draft is good? I don't know. This is like, I honestly kind of vibe a bit more with Kite's draft here, but, you know, I think the issue what the 3vTeam has, honestly, in my opinion, is, like, they just have, I mean, they have Galio. Galio can sack resources, it's fine. They have, like, 3 carries on top, jungle and top, and AD carry, so it's fine, you know? They also have their late game scaling on the Kale, you know, that is fine too. They have a Tristana that also scales crazy into the late game. And I think, like, you know, you think probably about Smolder like this insane late games champion because he, like, you know, he's unkillable, not unkillable, but he's, like, getting stacks and then he's like, oh, his damage is scaling infinite. But the thing is, Smolder has actually not that much range. And Tristana on the late game, like, you know, with her passive giving her more range the later the game goes. I think, like, Tristana might be just in a position where she can one-shot the Smolder before Smolder can really get in range. Because, like, let's be real, in late game, Tristana with full build, she just needs, like, you know, the bomb and 1-2 out attacks, you know? So, really hyped to see here, and we will go into our final game. We will go into our final game with crazy drafts here too. I think, like, it is kinda... What I think is, like, my biggest concern of this game is, like, basically, if I look at, honestly, it's so hard. Like, I'm not even sure what to say, you know, those team comps are, like, really unusual. We have, like, Braum, Tristana, you know, what is honestly quite good combination of champions, because, like, if Braum tags you, Tristana gets, like, the attack speed steroid, and, you know, basically immediately stunned, you know, so it's, like, a really strong combination of champs. We will see how Gato is facing against Dimitri Nafiri. I think Hecarim in general is kind of fine, and, like, it's actually good against Nafiri, I would say. You just should clear faster and you play, like, the only issue is, and I think, wait, let me rearrange it in my brain. I think I have seen, was it? It wasn't, The thing is, like, theoretically what could happen is, like, what if Gato is eating the Nafiri, but Nafiri is going untargetable, you know? This is, like, a lot of damage potentially wasted. So, this is something where you have to be careful around. This is something where, you know, that's what it is. It is what it is. We have to see. We have to see. I'm pretty hyped. I want to go into the game. It is, like, really hard to predict, you know, because you have so many curveballs. You have, like, LeBlanc, Smolder, Nasus, you know, not Casio, Kale, Hecarim, you know, like, even something like Tristana. I think, like, actually, the more I look at 3vTeam's draft, the more sense it makes in my head. But I think, like, you know, Kites also have, like, quite strong champions. But I think that the Galio pick here could be, like, completely crucial for 3vTeam. I think Core already had, like, a very strong series so far. So him being on the Galio, you may say, yeah, but he's the one that has to drop resources this game. But yeah, but his champion doesn't need the resources to do the job that he needs to do. Obviously, like, the job of carrying is on his teammates, but like, champions like LeBlanc, like Nafiri, they could be really, really, you know, they really need to play forward, and Core could be in a position where he just could cancel this one out and then puts the position strong here. Let's see how it goes though. Yo, the back-to-back reverse sweep would be crazy here for Kites. And the angle is real, by the way. The angle is real. And I don't want to and I don't want to say that, like, if Kites would win this, I would, you know, I would say they definitely go 0-2 against whoever they play next again as well. So I promise you that. Against Fuego or Zeus, they will probably also go 0-2. The question is just if they can reverse sweep. What I would, you know, definitely, like, again, Fuego and Zeus are teams. We haven't seen them in a while, but they are, like, so strong, you know? So let's see. We're watching this mid lane matchup right now. I said that the Galio here is a crucial champion. It's like countering a lot like LeBlanc. Right now, Joe here has a bit of struggles to actually has still. Oh, that's fine. You know, he's struggling against the LeBlanc, but this is like just the fate of a melee champion against a range champion in the early game, especially like someone like LeBlanc. Because like Galio cannot really trade back against her. Yes, you can Q, but you cannot go in with E or anything because like LeBlanc can just always dash and so it's a bit tough of a position. It's a bit tough of a position. Yeah, we see. But Core now finds finally the counter trade here. Still losing a lot of HP. There's no combat summoner spell on IYBC. It's, oh my god. Both mid laners here having no combat summoner spell makes this so close. And no one in the end actually dying. Both mid laners obviously having TP. In the end with the turret tanking, like Core still has like the priority here. Get his wave pushed and probably maybe doesn't need to teleport. Probably will still teleport, you know. But let's see how it goes. Puts LeBlanc now, though, on a bit of a weaker position. So far also Smolder kind of winning the lane here against Tristana. Tristana, again, I said, you know, later she scales, you know, her range scales. Oh, Hecarim is running. But he's running for the scuttle, not looking for bot lane at all. But her range has to scale, you know. She gets, like, more range the more level she has. But in the late game, it's like really, really a lot, you know. I think if she goes the right items, she can definitely hit the turret, you know, without being in turret range. But Dimitri looking really aggressive here on Challenge Q. He has to flash immediately. And yes, Challenge Q is not dying here, but more importantly is that he loses his flash here, honestly. So makes him very vulnerable for counter ganks in the future. And also could make him vulnerable to Dieck just running him down. Not sure if this is really a scenario that could happen, but now... Oh, Gato. Jump scares. Wanted to laugh, but then the caster just laughed too. And he just comes out of the bush and jump scare leaves. It's like really, really funny. Besides that, you know, game is like right now still going equal. You know, we have like slight gold lead for 3vTeam, you know, but it's like, you know, a bit in mid and bot lane here. And it's only CS diff for now too. So game takes it slow. I think it is understandable because like you know, like champions like especially a 3vTeam, those champions they need to scale, you know. And on the side of Kites, yeah, they have the Nafiri LeBlanc, but they also kind of want their level 6s before they really can do something. And every other champ they have to scale too. Now Gato goes in here, maybe too deep here. The chain will be connecting. The question is just, can he die? Oh, Dimitri cannot find him. Now he goes in. Pew! Secures Primera Sangre, and with that, Gato another time bites the dust here. Just as I said that they just have to play a bit more like for scaling. They just fuck with it and just go in here and putting Kites into a very good leading position. They're getting first blood against Gato again. And I just, you know, I just said in draft that I really liked that Gato picks Hecarim here now because like his Trundle game obviously looked really bad. But I thought like, yeah, but Trundle is not really a champion that we know Gato for, so maybe he just needs something that he's really confident in. But maybe it's also just the nerfs that come in for Gato here. It might end his run in the LRN for this year. Botlane we see trading here. Barrier used by Varus. Probably didn't need it, but... The thing about things like barrier, sometimes you barrier and then you don't get damage anymore, but the barrier also kind of denies that the enemy is even trying to, you know, do one more auto attack, because why would you? You know, there's a barrier. Let's see. Stacks are going in. I'm not sure how many stacks Smolder needs actually. We can look soon, but right now we have to look because Gato is coming. Inoribi immediately flashing, but Adler Kass is just perfectly there. You know, it's like crazy Maokai value. Like Gato can just do nothing. Like there's nothing he can do. Like perfect angle here for the Maokai pick. It's doing so much work, you can already see why it's so good, because like Hecarim is like really like, you know, champions can interrupt his walk, like his movement speed, his walking, his running. We should say running, honestly. They really do hurt him a lot. Let's see. By the way, Smolder needs 25 stacks to, like, you know, be on the execute range and shit. So we will see that later. Now on bot lane fighting, Nori losing a lot of HP. The CC will not be enough. Varus, he finds him. Good buffer on the W, but this time not. Oh, he's so 1 HP. He's still bleeding though, and in the end it will be enough. He's slain, but he gets also a kill against Inori, and on the other side, we see Gato going in. The Galio ultimate also, they're putting a lot of resources into this. And Drake's still alive, but Change should be able to take him, right? Surely. Any moment now. Yep. Change secures the kill here, and Dimitri secures the dragon. Back and forth here on this game here already. Like, both teams, they're not gifting them anything. I'm like that Gato did get a good play out of it now. Because I was kind of scared that he just has a really bad time here this game again. I wouldn't call Hecarim a signature pick of him. Because he has only played it once before, but the game he played was really memorable. He was like kind of like 11 CS per minute, completely running crazy over the map, like taking every camp, every kill, everything. And then there's also no other Hecarim player in competitive. So in my head, he is kind of a signature pick. Even I would say, oh, the cannon minion blocked by Falcos here with the shield of Rob. Kind of good, you know. It is only a cannon minion, you say, but like a cannon minion gives you a lot of gold, you know, so. Really nice from Felcross here, using his Brom shield to deny an important CS here. Let's see how it goes. The first items are going in here. Dimitri already with his lead has the volcanic knifing. It is a standard item on the Nafiri right now that makes his power, forward playing power really strong, because like you get an energized attack, and if you hit it, you deal damage, and also not just damage, you get also more lethality for the next 4 seconds. So it makes Nafiri just in general, you know, a lot more lethal here in the early game, especially if you get that early here. You could look for more here. Changeku, you know, he lost his flash early, but he has it back again, so he's probably not the victim. I mean, they're actually looking to dive him here. Dimitri again going in here, but I'm not sure if I like this too much, because Changeku probably just hits ultimate. Dimitri even dying nearly. Changeku cannot reach him. Oh, he gets him. This is like exactly what you don't want to have here. And why I question it, even diving the Kale in the first place. Because yes, Kale died here in the end, but why did Kale die? Because she was flashing out of that turret to kill Dimitri. So maybe, you know, I mean, it's still probably good, honestly, for Dayek. You know, you think like, oh my god, on the bot side, though, 3vTeam, then immediately looking for the return dive. It's also not clean, though. It is also not clean, though. I think still, again, on the side of Kites, you know, the top dive is kind of worth it. It is a bit annoying that Dimitri dies here. But like, Changeku still loses his flash and loses like at least one whole wave under turret. So, even though he got a kill in return, you know, and his gold is still fine, you know, I think it still hurts him more than it's helping him. So, let's see. Grubs are, by the way, also taken by Kites, but we have seen it already. I'm not sure who wins this late game, you know, Challenge Q or Dayek on a side lane. It's a bit tough to say, honestly, because it kind of depends how strong Kale is, you know, because I must, like, say, honestly, that, like, I play League of Legends myself a lot, and the last time I really say, like, saw a late game Kale that was, like, going crazy is, like, it is so long ago, you know, I cannot remember when I have seen it the last time. So, like, I only Kale when I see Kale, she's kind of useless all the time. So, like, I'm not really sure. By Nasus I see a lot, and Nasus always looks kind of OP. So, a bit interesting to see who will be dominant in the late game. on the side lane. Because, like, technically Nasus scaling is infinite, you know? You can get stacks for the whole game, you know? By Kayle, yes, she scales really hard, but oh my god, she gets dove again. She has no ultimate this time. Galio ultimate is coming in, but won't be enough. Core will not find anything supporting. He gets the wave, that's kinda nice, but he loses mid-wave for it. No, actually he doesn't even lose mid-wave. So Core just uses ultimate here, doesn't lose anything for it, but the end challenge Q dies and his ultimate, you see it, you know? It was basically only 20 seconds before he would have had it. So Dimitri finds a nice timer to dive him again here on the top wave. And you see now Nasus is ahead, and I think still, even though Dimitri died in the first dive attempt, I still think it was good, you know? In the end, you know, it matters what the end result of it is. And like Chenchki losing his flash and ultimate was enough to now put Dyke in a position where he is ahead. And I could imagine that if Nasus is ahead, you know, he just stat checks Kayle. Gato going in here, probably just for the wave though, nothing really he can do. Doesn't even have to take the wave that much because Varus is there on the Tristana, having a great game here. Again, I have, like, you know, how many times have I said, oh, can Varus even play AD carry? What is he playing here in game 5? So many mages are already banned, so many AD carries going on. And he doesn't care, he go picks Tristana and having a strong game so far on it. So, 3vTeam definitely showing here some strength. Really good. That being said, Dragon also will be probably secured for 3vTeam on the strength of Varus here. I mean, Smola is not that weak either, you know? I mean, Adler is going deep, he has to flash even, and ult. Needs to use a lot of resources here for face checking something where I just... Why do we even need to face check this? Naja. Let's see. In the end, this is not too bad for kites either. You know, it's what it is. You're losing Flash and Maokai, but it's like, okay, using Ult on Maokai, I mean, it kind of sucks, you know, it's like, but again, you have like the scaling on Smaller, you have the scaling on Nasus, it's not like did you want to do, I mean, they really play aggressive here. Maybe you would have wanted your Flash and the ultimate, because Adler now dies again, probably, or, like, not again, but gets again catched and died. I mean, this time it's kind of not his fault, you know. Varus just finds an angle on Inori B, and then you have to play that aggressive as support, because if he's not stepping that far up, if he's not going that deep, then Inori B dies, and, you know, Inori B dying would be far worse than Maokai dying, you know. This goes forward, but Inori B has nothing of it. He's not fighting him 1v1. Really strong position. Gato gets the camp here, but not sure if this is the camp he wants. Kayle ultimate is now used defensively. Gato survives. He's so fast with the ghost too. And that being said, he gets the camp, gets engaged, but survives. Kayle ulti now used. Has flash though, so I don't think there will be any counterplay on her. We have to see. Let's get a quick update on Smolder stacks, or stacks in general. Smolder have like 130 stacks, so he doesn't even need 100 stacks anymore before he's like on his max upgrade, so it's kind of fine for him. We have 320 stacks on Nasus on top lane, so if you don't know what Nasus stack's doing, I will just explain you. Every stack of Nasus is 1 more damage that his Q deals, so that makes his champion, like, that makes Nasus just in general a really strong champion, because you get a lot of damage for nothing. Oh, Galio ultimate is coming in here. Change Q is flashing forward and Dyke is dead here. Maokai ultimate is coming though. Change Q still has no ultimate, but guys, it's what they cannot find it. They cannot find the position now. Dimitri will also bite a dust. Change Q gets a kill here, and this is like, it's a really bad sequence for them. Okay, will die here. Nice. IYBC gets the kill in return, and now we see Varus in the 1v1 also secures the kill. And with that, the very bad sequence kinda gets a bit equalized. In the end, still Harald will die for, will fall into the hands for 3vTeam. But at least Kites finds the kills, you know, they find their way back into the game and not falling apart here immediately. Really important. And I think, like, especially it's interesting to see, like, for 3vTeam, like, players like Challenge Q and Varus, they're stepping so far up here for this series, and this game especially. On the other side, I don't want to, you know, Inori B, you know, he has still a long way to go before he's, like, really strong. So let's see. Game is taking a bit of a slower approach. We will probably see like some aggression around next dragon. Again, both teams, they have hyper late game scalers, but they don't mind. They fight anyways. Kale now has reached level 11, so her second ult upgrade is also coming in now. So now she is not just fully ranged, but also gets her AoE passive. And now they're immediately sending in a Dayak. He's technically really tanky, but there are just too many members on him. Dimitri is now coming in, same as the ultimate from Adler, but they just don't have enough damages to. With Dayak already being dead, you know, it's not like they can do anything, and 3vTeam getting more out of it. And especially important because it's another kill going in Challenge Q's hands here on the Kale. The Kale is a champion that we really don't see that often. Only Challenge Q really plays it in all Americas, you know, so interesting to see here. He is having a great time on it though, this game. His early game, you know, in the early game, Kites finds like some really good angles on him, but now his team plays around him. I think like this was like Change Q has played Kale as well against like Zeus, by the way, but there he lost. And I think in the game against Zeus, I feel like 3vTeam that didn't really play around the Kale, you know, and then Change Q was kind of useless because he just didn't got the backup from his team. This time it feels like far better here. I think, especially like the comp, you know, having 3 carries is like just enough amount of carry. And 3vTeam also trying to play around the carry, even though like Kites also find good angles and they're looking again. But JHQ still has ultimate, so it's not an easy dive here. Teleport is also now used from core, and this is exactly what I mean by, you know, usually you don't want in a team, you know, someone has to bleed for your team. And this time it's core on the Galio, you know, he has to bleed. Yes, he has to teleport that. JHQ is not dying, but this is good. It is actually good. Now 3vTeam, they're on this Nash Dragon though, but maybe they're a bit too early here on it. I mean, it gets secured. Ultimate is now used anyways. Dimitri finds his mark on Gato though, but Core is always there where he's needed, you know, teleporting, ulting in here. And with that, Adlercast might be the first one to die. Never mind. Actually, someone else dies first. It's Smolder. Adlercast dies then shortly after, and 3vTeam they're taking over. And this might be reverse sweep gaming. Might not be a thing. It is only Silver Scrapes gaming because Kites, they kind of get rolled here. The game is obviously not over. They have still late game scaling, but they have to stabilize their position a bit. Right now, situation after situation going into the hands of 3vTeam. And especially the Kale on top lane looks strong. But you can see, like, look, Dayak is not weak, you know? Kale has to respect him. Like, 406 now. He's really strong, you know? And, like, he has, like, his Q basically every second. And every second he's dropping a bomb, you know? It is like 800 damage or something. So 800 is a bit over the top. It's more like 600. But let's see. Dayak stacking also getting a bit slowed in now. You know, there was a lot of attention around him now. So oh, this is a good comment here, by the way. IYBC is like having a really like, you know, is a really like defensive item build, I wanna say. Really, really little damage, honestly. I mean, I do have the suspicion that the game is not turning around him anyways, you know. Like, he's not a big factor in the game anyways, especially not in late game. Oh, the nice interrupt by Gato. Dimitri run for his life, but should get away anyways. I think the game will be more about Dayak and Inoribi. So I don't think necessarily it's completely atrocious, but I still think it's like probably, you know, 65% atrocious. But let's see how it goes. Highlight is now used. A lot of gold going here into the pockets of 3vTeam. It is like an early 5k gold lead on like a lot of scaling champions. We have to see. Change Q now. A bit in danger, but immediately Freigesch just kills, you know. has the team, and Inori B has also, you know, has to flash away, and with that, they're kinda losing the position here. They're running him over. He is stunned. He is killed. He is. And now maybe Kites can find some return kills, but the question is if they don't kill all of them, then it's kind of hard. And we see the LeBlanc is not really dealing any damage, but he is relatively tanky, but I'm not sure if that's what you need here right now. Dimitri now gets the first, gets the second here probably as well. Varus 1 HP, still gets IYVC though in the end. And this is another reset, but the dogs are coming. Dimitri should be able to kill him. Yeah, he is. In the end, the trade is like really bloody back and forth, but still 3vTeam, they're getting a bit better out of it. Oh, they're not actually. Never mind, it's completely equal. I'm yapping. Both junglers still alive. And with that, it is like, you know, Shmoda, I have to agree in chat, you know, like we have already seen, yes, Dyke is scaling, yes, he's dealing a lot of damage, but what doesn't matter, you know, you just walk up, get one shot, anyways, and it's like not even that you hit, like, you know, maybe you get one Q out of some melee champion that doesn't really care anyways, so, and Smolder, like, again, it's like something I said in the beginning of the game, yes, Smolder technically has infinite scaling, and it's cool and all, but it's, first of all, it's heavily nerfed, and second of all, Smolder's Q is like 600 range or something. It is really not enough. And not much. And Tristana's scale is like also crazy with level. Her range is like increasing. So like, yes, like, you know, champion like Smolder, yeah, you do a lot of damage, but then you have to walk up to the Tristana, and Tristana just one-shots you before you're in range. We see now Kites on the Nash. So I don't know. Bit rough, let's see. It's actually crazy, you know, but Dimitri can do it solo here. So, you know, was just an attempt to get a better position. You know? Let's see. I mean, Fights are still not out of it, but it is so hard, you know, it is so hard for them. I really, you know, I really wish this last game would be a bit more tense, you know, but right now it just looks like it's already out of the control of Kites. You know, they're kind of hoping for big mistakes here for 3vTeam to drop their lead, to give them a way back into the game. And it's not impossible for them, you know. But it is really hard. It is really hard for them right now. Kale is also like just one more level. She's level 16. Level 16 Kale power spike is already crazy. And she's still like, you know, it's crazy with the new top quest, you know. Not just do you get level 16 first, like, not first, but earlier, but you're also getting like 2 more levels after it, you know, you get like level 20. So this Kale will be a powerhouse. And now she already reached it. Minute 24. We have a level 16 Kale that is also very close to finishing a third item. If that is not a statement here from Challenge Q on the top side, then I don't know what is. Let's see what he bought by this reset. I don't think he could have gotten much, but the overlay is updating it. Maybe he didn't get anything, honestly. Kinda looks like it. Besides that, the situation is now burnt, like you know, striking, and yet I think 3vTeam technically is really strong. Gato is going really deep here, but Core Ultimate is immediately following. We see the resets though, like the kill here from Smolder, the execute is already there, and they're winning this fight here. Maybe, but Challenge is still alive, you know, he is untouched. Oh, Adlakas with 1 HP still gets in range, but doesn't matter, K flashes forward, but Smolder gets the execute. The question is, has one more auto attack? He can do it! Kites doubted they were, but in the end it doesn't matter. Ace is secured, and it is Inori B again staying and carrying his team on the back of the little dragon. Wow! Wow! What the position here? This is again Gato kinda not finding really the engage, going far too deep, and I think like that Adler class that he, with 1 HP, still found the CC on the Kale was a complete crucial here, by the way. We have a rewind of this fight here. Again, we see Gato goes just too deep. You know, yes, he survives it for now with the help of the ultimate, but then, boom, Nafiri immediately finds it. Boom, Adlak has another CC, finds it, makes it possible for Dimitri to find the next one. Then they're fighting, you know. It still looks like, oh, it's playable, but then Adlak has, boom, another double stunt here. Then Chelchki has to use his flash to kill the 2 targets here. If he's not flashing there, I don't think he gets those kills, and then that would be even better for Kites. And next time he has no flash anymore. But I think no one else has flash either, you know. I mean, LeBlanc has the flash, but we have seen it in this fight. Kinda agree, you know. The LeBlanc was not really doing anything. She was coming in from the side, but she got attention, you know. What kinda is doing. So, let's see. Let's see how it goes. Varus also died without using flash here, and another immediately they go in on Varus. He's losing a lot of HP, but crucially he's not dying yet. Core ultimate is used. But the position now, definitely better for the side of Kites. Yes, they have already used a lot of ultimates, but they're taking the position. They're starting Nash 2 challenge skills on the side, then he technically has teleport, so he could teleport in, but he has to teleport sooner than later. He's teleporting. Let's see, IYBC is looking for a flank position here, but challenge skills coming in. I'm not sure if I like this position here for Kites. And Varus, he's dying again! He's dying again! IYBC, his damage was doubted, but in the end, it doesn't matter. He finds the AD carry anyways. The fight, though, is not over yet. A lot of damage going here into the pockets of Kites here. Change is still alive. The chains is connecting. Inoribi trying to deal damage, but he cannot really hit anyone. IYBC will dying, and it's only Inoribi alive. He goes really deep, finds 2, but in the end, the Nash will be secured by 3vTeam, and they are getting more out of this fight. Even though at the moment it looked like, oh, maybe Kites can win it, but with the Nash debuff in an unfortunate position, 3vTeam, they take it and now have a Nash, and they can again start to secure their lead a bit more. Interesting to see, though. IYBC found impact into this fight, you know. It is again Varus that still has flash, by the way, but he just got catched up by the LeBlanc IYBC, even though he's going a lot of ages, and like the AP Black Cleaver, he doesn't care. He just kills Varus. And I think, like, this is something I just want to say. I think Varus is like, is he just not used to play AD carry? Because he's stepping up in situations where you should not step up as an AD carry. As an AD carry, you just cannot do that. He doesn't care, does it anyways, and gets punished by IYBC here. In the end, the fight goes well for 3vTeam and the Nash 2. They have like gained a lot of gold with it already. They will also get a soul with it, Mountain Soul. It makes it a bit harder for 3vTeam, you know, for Kites to find anything, especially for IYBC, for example. So let's see. 3vTeam, even though I criticize Varus a lot, you know, 3vTeam is still on the trigger, you know. They have all the control they need. They have all the tempo, and it's their game to lose, honestly. Yes, you know, they can still lose, you know, but they have to do it, you know. It's not like that Kites can really do anything crazy right now. They just have to hope that that 3vTeam makes mistakes that they can punish. And we see Change-Q, he's walking up, nearly free-shotting the Smolder. Smolder ultimate is also get cancelled by the Brom shield. And Kites have to play defensive. And here Dayek, you know, he's not getting anything. Gato is going maybe too deep. Stays alive for now. Turret will secure him. And with that, it's only a 1-for-1 here. But I think Gato just didn't have to go too deep. Felcross will be the next one on the menu. IYBC is again looking for Varus, but this time Varus is clean with it. Gets it, and now Kites have to run for their life because they're only having 2 members. Inoribi still try to fight back, but it's not over yet. It is not over yet. But it's really tough, you know. The death timers are so long, 30 seconds, you know. And 3vTeam, they still have 4 members here, so they're looking to end this game. You know, Rebi and Dimitri, they have to do it. They have to do magic if they want to win this. But it's so hard because Challenge Q has just insane amount of damage. Like, unlimited amount of damage. Varus jumping in now. Forward. Dimitri will be the first one to fall. It's only Inoribi. And he kind of struggles already. Now he gets taunted. Now he gets killed. And with that, Challenge Q, I mean, the members spawning. 3vTeam, maybe they cannot finish here. Felcross dies here. Dijk still have a lot of damage, but Challenge basically untouched for now. Now finally he gets some damage in, but by the turret. Gets low too. IYBC is coming, the ultimate is coming in too. Challenge still has ultimate here. Of course, using his ultimate defensively. Varus is there here. They could still look here, but it's like really rough here. It gets like really tight in the end. Turret though on the menu. Again, Challenge still has ultimate, so he is not really in danger. Fordo, on the other hand, losing a lot of HP. Challenge also losing a lot of HP. This could be it, but no! They're getting the kills, and that's all what they need. Oh, it's only IYBC and Adlercast, but IYBC has no damage. Yes, you get the kill, but in the end, it will not matter. Will it? No, it will not matter. 3vTeam, they make their name all honor, and they're securing here at least the third place. Kites, though, they tried really their best. As a Neo Orc, you know, had a really great playoffs run, but in the end, they will be stopped in this fifth game here. 3vTeam, they find the win, they find the game, and Kites sadly is out of it. This was a valiant fight, you know. The first two games were really rough for Kites, and like a lot of people have like already thought like, oh yeah, it's a 3-0, it's a 3-0. But then they found a way back into the game. They did so much good. But you know, you can do as much good as you want, you know. If you're not winning the game, then you're just not winning the game. That is a bit sad. That being said, tomorrow we will watch a bit earlier, like the LRS, you know, tomorrow's LRS day. So we will watch that tomorrow. It is a lot earlier. It's like 5 hours earlier. So yeah, if you want to watch LRS playoffs, then tomorrow you should be live and watch. Despite that, there's nothing more to do. Today is over. So I will rate Devist. He's probably not speaking English though, but I'm rating him anyways. I mean, he speaks English. You know, if you have any crazy questions, you can probably ask him. But he looks really happy in his chat right now, so maybe he's like occupied anyways. Anyways, I will send you there. I hope you had fun. I hope we see us tomorrow again. And I hope, if not, then next week LRN playoffs will continue. And have a great time, and bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.